Is it, okay, is it round?
No, it's rectangular. There is room for a round pin though. It just isn't one there.
Okay, cool.
This is pretty good.
Huh?
This is pretty good, right?
No,
I guess they use some pieces of Ignite. More MREA in here than there is anything else that's fastened to that, just with our skills change. You know what I mean?
You can make this work.
I'm trouble sometimes. I like to make things. Oh, speaking of, I talked to Snappy. How many of those did you buy so far?
We're gonna have to buy more.
Don't worry about it. He says he's got extra coins. He thought he was gonna be more busy as a leprechaun, so. We're doing a lucky leprechaun and we're blessed to get to hire a small person. So it's gonna be like super
I
fun.
think we have about 500 coins, about 100 of these bags.
Okay.
I did find out you can't.
What are the coins?
It's in the mail.
Chocolate coins.
Chocolate coins.
Yeah.
they're great now, but next month they're gonna
We
suck.
can just Oh, because you can't guarantee, yeah, no, I get it.
Also, maybe like, they
It's
were
like,
down the
yeah.
attic and then they got something in there.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
And hopefully it's not too hot that day. Have to keep them in the cooler.
Well, we're just gonna make sure we can pivot, so if we gotta bring the pups inside, we can adjust.
I'm talking about the coins, chocolate coins.
Oh, we can have like a cooler or something
Yeah,
like
yeah, I
that.
can put a cooler.
Yeah. And just maybe well, you guys are gonna be in the office anyways, we're coming anyways, right?
I don't know.
We'll figure out.
We'll talk about that later, yeah.
Yeah, we're doing like a scavenger hunt on our strip mall. And then, yes, Sarah, I will chat with you the day after. And then, we have, Halo Animal Rescues coming and doing a pet adoption, so, in the past, the last couple events we've had has driven so many people, because we've been applying getting tactics to our events. So it's funny, if you do the activities, it's like they will come. And so, our whole strip mall is excited, because, it's just been super fun. So we're gonna do, doesn't matter if you're a pet lover, kid lover, there's something for you to do at this next quarterly event, so we're pretty excited about that. Okay, so I feel like I have been off, and it's weird. It's weird not coming in last week, but family reunion was super fun. Tony Robbins was pretty awesome. Mel was, what we witnessed her do in public was, I still can't even describe it.
I wish she was as long as Tony was. She had so much to offer. They only gave her an hour, and Tony had 4 hours.
She literally shaped the way that you perceived fear.
Mel Robbins.
Mel Robbins, yeah. So it was pretty fun.
And how do you get started?
And how you get started, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So if you guys haven't already registered for it, there should have been a text going out and an email to sign up for a family reunion recap. I have a really cool video, and I do have their audio and video from their stuff as well. So would love to be able to share that with you guys if you have nothing to do at 11 o'clock on Friday. All right, so today.
11 or 11:30, I can't remember the time, is it?
Huh?
Is it 11:30 or is it 11?
I think it's 11. I don't know, I'll have to check again. I tend to be early, so if it's 11:30, you probably said 11. If it's 11, I'll be here at 10:30. Okay, so we've talked a lot about lead genning and how do we organize all of our stuff per the type of lead it is. So this will be our last one, and I just want to with lead gen. We have 3 more that are really important. We're gonna do the Google, or all the paid ads next week. And then we're gonna end the last 2 weeks with 2 major social ones. Okay, so the Google review, we'll have activities to do. I feel it's gonna be fun. We're gonna break through some of that frustration that we might have. We're gonna learn to do some pretty easy stuff and kind of take it, and not with your face in there if you don't want it. I mean, I think you're all beautiful humans, so like show your face because it's part of your personality, right? It's part of who you are, but there's a lot of things we need to do about that. So, did anyone have some ahas from open house? I need to bring my.
So is this the open house class that you taught that you were super excited about? No, that I unfortunately missed.
One of the things,
I was
It'll
able-
repeat, don't worry.
I wasn't able to attend that one either. I needed.
one of the things that you mentioned that resonated with me was make a map of your signs.
Mhm.
Because first of all, you gotta remember where all your signs are, pick them back up, and if somebody stole one, you gotta remember where you put it, so you wrote it down, so you're not. And then also, if you hand off to somebody else, you can say, here's my map, you pick up all my signs. So,
I'm sure you guys probably already said this, but like if the open house is like close to me, like when I'm hosting it, I drive the neighborhood like the day before, just to, I don't really rely on like the map online, I drive the area and
Yeah.
get a feel for the area, like where I'm gonna put everything to, so. I
That's
don't know.
great. Research, recon, get in there, like, get to know your neighborhood. I mean, we talked a lot about like just becoming your neighborhood expert just for an open house, even if you don't own the listing. Well, broker owns the listing, but you know what I mean?
You mentioned like gyms, restaurants, clubs, all the kind of kind of the holistic approach.
Mhm.
and one of the things,
You mean the business to business?
Yeah, well, business to business too, and
A flyer
The
talking
flyer.
about I just saw that at open house.
Yep.
Actually, a listing I went in had all the neat restaurants and my client grabbed that and saw, oh, there's a brew pub over here or whatever. So
Oh,
that's-
and I have to give Miss Kelly, Ms. D some credit because I did use the idea around the bringing the listings that you didn't, that you don't have that are still in the neighborhood. So I want to make sure credit goes to where it needs to go. So that was, I've used that before, and when you said that, I was like, oh my gosh, how did it? So I love this stuff. If you guys have ideas and stuff like that, throw it out, right? Because we're all here to grow together. So you are missed in that.
Well, I will say that a lot of the, so I do productivity coaching in Washington, and so some of my newer, people would say, I don't get anything off an open house. To be honest with you, year after year, 1/3 of my business comes from open houses. So come and watch me do it, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Because
shadow,
And
like,
I try something different each time myself too.
the new agents, don't realize that what you say in the open house could be the reason you're not getting any business off of it. So because you're a seasoned agent, you get leads off of it where they may not. And it's the same person walking in the door because of what you said and how you went about everything. You're not thrown up all over them, you're not in their face, you got your own system and they haven't figured that out yet. And I agree 100% with what they say because I've been there. And when you first walk in, you're like, I'm not doing these open houses. They spend all day sitting here and I get nothing. And they buy somebody else's house. But once you figured out what to say, it's a big deal.
yeah, and the conversation is huge. You have something?
Well, I was just gonna say another thing, that on that is true, and, but where you had mentioned post open houses and you belong to every Facebook group, if it, does it have something to do with real estate or not, is it about the neighborhood, is it about things coming in the weekend, just every possible group.
Yep. I'm telling you, it's huge, right? Because Facebook's really cool because before COVID, it was already starting these like little sub-communities with groups, right? And then since then, right, we had to pour into them even more to be able to connect with our communities the way that we wanted to. And we know that, 51% was it, that homebuyers find it online first, So like, you're just appealing to that piece of it. So everybody's scrolling and wasting time looking at groups and all the fun stuff. Yeah, you're hitting that. Okay, so I know you guys are like experts with this, but participation, breaks, note-taking, and commitment. So if you guys have any questions during this, feel free to pipe in. We are going to go through, we have a listing and we've been marketing it, or we've been doing the stuff, right? Like, so where are those leads coming from? So we make sure that we're not missing any lead that we could possibly be getting, to possibly convert, feed our database, do all the things, okay? So I got a couple of fun little things, in here for it. So, you know what, Who's seen Field of Dreams?
I
Yes.
have
I mean, I think we all should have.
Yeah. many times.
Okay. So build it and they will come, right? Truth be told, and I can't say how many times I've seen it just in the last like few months with of groupings of you agents, but do it and the deals will come. What?
Have you heard of Trulia?
Yes.
I don't really know what it is, but I've got people call me, found my name on Trulia and call me and ask me to look things up. But I've
So
never had this before, so I'm trying to figure out.
it's like a different version of Zillow. In fact, I remember when Zillow and Trulia were like kind of neck and neck.
Yeah.
And then Realtor.com wasn't anything, and then they came and started playing. So all of those platforms, like if you've got your profiles and your stuff set up, yeah, you can, and you'll get stuff from it. We're gonna talk about a couple of them. I didn't go through all of them, just understand that like Redfin, Trulia, any of those other ones that aren't our big ones, all apply to what we're kind of talking about, okay? I do wanna know, okay, we're gonna have an activity. And after lunch, before like the last hour, okay? So we're gonna work off some sheets. I'll describe to you later. So y'all know that usually you come in and you've got like these piles of things, right? So I decided to save our trees, okay?
Yeah.
And be very kind. So all of your QR codes are on one. Who's aware of the 12-week year? Aware of what? 12-week year of the book? Okay. Brian Moran, he built, or wrote this book, it's 12-week year. Who does GPS?
12-week years?
Yes, 12-week year. Who does GPS in Program 1? Okay, but y'all played with it at some point, okay? So we do it for the whole year, right? However, the 12-week year actually fits into our GPS notes 401 flawlessly. I've been using it for 5 years. Good morning, my dear. And so it's in a quarter. You know, you do still plan for the year, but you chunk it down, right? And then you also have a reward for it, but there's some other stuff. It's really just an amazing concept. You win faster, you see results faster, you shift and pivot faster. Okay, so, and if we've learned anything since COVID in general, and the way that the market has gone up and down, you know, if we were to follow a year plan, that would be almost impossible, right? Because things would change so much. So Brian Moran, the author, is actually going to be teaching his own book to us, okay? So it is that first one, and I would like you guys to please, 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 please take advantage of that, okay?
Well, our ALC did it as a book club, it was really fun.
It's great. My GPS training in Durham 1 is solely based off of basing it around the 12-week year. You know what I mean? It's a great concept. So, yes.
Will it make a difference? Should I read it before I?
100%. And I had a PDF.
It's really short book.
Yeah. But I had a PDF version, and so I was like, I've been searching for it for you guys. So I think I know where it is in one of my digital libraries things. So anyways, I'm still working on finding it. I would absolutely, it's a pretty easy read to read that. So, but you guys can register here. We do need to know, we will probably be doing it at VServe. I believe it'll be on the 27th. It was the 28th, but yesterday we had some complex stuff with VServe. But it will be at the Peoria one, not down in,
Will there be a Zoom session or is it live?
no.
27th or 28th of this month.
Yeah, so we will be open, you know, we are going to charge like our public for it. So like, you know, I don't believe we should be charging out anything for anything that we do, okay? So take your spots. I mean, we serve a pretty big area, so we can get quite a bit of people, but let's represent, okay? I mean, we are gonna show up and enjoy this moment we get with them. Okay. Here, I'm just gonna pass around. Mark, you start, go this way. I think it'll be most flawless. I'm not telling you what to do. You do what you want. Okay. So in good Rachel fashion, I have constructed multiple different layers of resources for you guys. You can feel free to scan if you want now, but I like when you wait So the first one is agent sites. We will be talking about, some of the platforms in which we have, or the agent on the other side, and that resource that we have to get a lead from, or maybe not a direct lead, but to help prospect for our, rest stuff. CP scripts. Quite a bit, and there's text to correspond, there's like per different level, there are 2 emails, or scripts, circle prospecting. So whether it's around your listing, I gotta buy in that neighborhood, you know what I mean, whatever it is, we will go through some more of that. So I did construct the whole thing for you guys, you could plug and play and copy if you wanted, or ideas, you know, whatever you guys choose to. We're gonna talk a little bit about social today, so some resources, I went through and handpicked videos that I felt were usable, okay, to kind of walk you guys through it. If you guys need some additional help, let me know. It's just, you guys know that I don't train on the basics of the nitty gritty of, like, here, do this. I do, this is not that course, okay? But I wanted to make sure you guys were set up for success in case you guys did need to and you know, you had some navigating. If you know someone, please, okay? If you know someone who would benefit from this, okay? I love you all. I feel like everybody in the room, honestly, okay. Try not to cry. I feel like I've been able to connect deeply with each one of you, even if it's only so briefly, like there's just something. So if you're sitting here and you've been consistent and there's someone you feel could benefit from that, I greatly appreciate it if you could have them sign up. The course will restart every quarter, okay? And then we will be launching, show of hands, leverage or social 12-week course? What do you mean by leverage?
Social.
Oh, so this stuff that I'm teaching you guys for the last, couple months? This is a byproduct of the thing I'm probably the most passionate about. And that's teams, expansion, and leveraging, finding support, building culture, like the whole kit and caboodle. So it'll be essentially, I need to take back my time, is what that one's about. I need to expand beyond myself.
Then what do you mean by social?
I mean it all, baby. You name it. You mean the platform, you're talking the main platforms. How do I do it? How is my stuff linked? You know, real algorithms, you know, things like that. We're gonna dive into, we're gonna do a lot of activity that will actually do.
I would sign up for social first.
Is that it?
Social, but that's just me.
No, and that's why I'm asking you guys, like, what would be most beneficial to you? I want to bring what's most beneficial.
Probably both, but.
Yes,
That would be my first one, is the social.
one at a time, people. I'll try to work them out every quarter.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone says social is gonna be the force multiplier.
It is.
You can take one.
Yeah.
Equal.
Yeah.
Talents, but the guy with technology is gonna kill.
It's where we are.
Yeah.
I mean, like it, love it, hate it, it's where we are. Okay, so then we, as a team, just made a decision that next quarter we'll be launching our social mastery course. Okay, so I will come up with a survey, and I would like you guys to all fill it out of some of the social things that you guys feel that like you struggle with, you want to learn, you heard of, is working well. I don't care.
I'm sure all the above would watch.
So I've done great on Facebook and Instagram, but what
You
the heck
do
is
great.
LinkedIn? I don't get
That's like the original, like, business Facebook, if you want to call it. I've had my LinkedIn so long. Okay. So there's that, if ever you need to book some time with me, right there. And then I've had a survey that went out about the classes, and I'll tell you that we've probably had like 60 people rotate through over the last couple months. I have 5 feedbacks. So if y'all can critique the product, even if it's negative, I want to hear it, okay? I mean, this is all built so that we can grow from it. So there's your resource page. We will be doing this activity after lunch. Hopefully get you through the grogginess of, please, more pizza. Okay, so the 3 things that we are going to focus on today, because if we are doing it, then the deals will come, right? is what leads come from our physical activity, okay? What leads are coming from our social and marketing. I am hitting the biggest ones, people. Please understand that there's more, but if you, like, did you think about this? Throw it at me, okay? But just understand, like, I could be up here for hours now, probably days. And then agent and agent sites, okay? We'll talk more about that. All right, any questions before we begin, my dears? Okay, so really when we get down to, like we get down to a funnel and start working through things, right? There's only two types of leads. And they are buyers or sellers. Period. Right? Doesn't matter what lead source they are. Our goal, especially with the way the market is moving right now, and the changes we're going to see to the buyer side of things, your forever goal is your sellers. This is where your mindset needs to naturally evolve. We need to be listing focused. From here, you can build into the other one, right? Because if we were to follow the MREA or any other lead gen model, every listing should, I know those numbers are probably lower, but hypothetically, it should give us at least another listing and a couple buyers, right? 1 to 2 buyers. So we need to be utilizing this platform because we can do so much with it to get the more business to feed our database and stuff. So buyer, if they need to sell, where would they go? If they don't have a property to sell, how about we find them a forever home, right? So either way, and sometimes they're the same person, we know that, but either they need to buy or they need to sell, okay? So as we look through some of these things, I want you guys to just keep that in mind, okay? All right, for the love of everything holy, whatever we're doing, and I'm just saying this because we've talked a little bit about digital versus print types of sign-ins. Where's my phone? Okay, family reunion, for instance. I didn't want to open my phone. I didn't want to do any of that. So I just put my QR code on the screen, right? Like I can exchange contact information that way. There is digital sign-ins. We talked a little bit about the open house ones. But I need you guys to make sure that no matter what you're doing, you have a way to collect, yes, Rachel and her spelling, that you can collect the info. Nothing we do should be not used for lead genning, right? So if that's the case, then we need to make sure that we're capturing that information. If not, it's pointless. We just did an activity for nothing, okay? I'm not about wasting my time. Yes, we work for free for a hot minute, but I'm definitely not up for wasting time, okay? So whether you're using physical sign up or in sheets, like a physical thing, open house feedback card, sign in, I don't care. A digital card like that, like the dot or something like that, in which Apple, you guys, I think Alex, I think Samsung has it. I don't know, I'll have to look at that. But there can be an instant transfer of information or some type of digital sign up in an app or something. They scan a QR code or something like that. So it doesn't matter if we're door knocking or we're sitting in an open house or we're making phone calls. You have a pad of paper, but you have a lead gen list. I mean, what do you have that you're going to track your activity, and the leads that you're bringing in, okay? So I just wanted to make sure, because I'm not gonna sit here and go, make sure you have your sign-in sheet. Just make sure you always do. You do an activity, do I have the ability to collect information, okay? Door knocking is a hard one, right? We're already carrying the crap. So come up with something different that you can easily do that back and forth with, okay? Or have a cool mix, whatever. Whatever you want to do. Okay, so we're going to jump into physical activity, and then we're going to take our 10-minute break. And then we will go through social and marketing, and then we'll take a break. Hopefully lunch will be here by then. And then we'll do our activity, and then we'll finish up with agent stuff. So physical activity. Activity you're most avoiding contains your biggest opportunity. How many of you would agree with that? Okay. So I almost want to play the video for you guys now.
I want to tell a story real quick.
Go.
When during COVID and everyone wore masks to work, there was one gal that she was from Thailand, so she was a little bit hard to understand anyway, and with the mask on, doubly hard.
Yeah.
But she came to every training, every show, and we did an open house, and the next time she was doing the open house, and I said, I need you to door knock. And so masks were on, and she's like, I am terrified. And I said, I want you to do this. I want you to start with the house across from you and the house on each next side, and knock on the door and have your card and say, I'm gonna have an open house today. We don't have this to block your driveway. And by the way, I'm by myself today, so if you see anything out of the ordinary, this is me. And so she's not asking them for anything. And when
That's
she did that,
great.
the
Yeah,
three
that's-
houses, and she could do it all the time.
And at our open house thing, that was something that we did, was like a personal box or something that you're inviting some of those immediate neighbors and having that.
So you're not asking them for anything, you're giving them.
Yeah.
You just want to look out for the neighbor, right?
Yes, no, 100%. I mean, and if you don't, then well, you're one of those. We got a place for you. It's like 1,600. I love that. That is perfect because you are coming from a place of contribution. It's received so much better than when you're like, when people can feel you're digging, right?
That's why I like to go to garage sales, because it's like your stream door knocking. You're a customer when you walk in, you welcome in, and
Yeah.
I've got all my stuff on, and oh, you're a realtor, yeah. It's just-
Yeah.
It's so much easier when you're welcomed in.
I just read that's one of the best lead gen things out there, this garage sales.
We call it stream
Yeah.
door knocking.
I can
It's-
see why. I mean, you've got all those people
Yeah.
and then it just sparks up the conversation.
And then like, I sold this in testing, and then we take a thing of Kleenex and put your card inside of it. When you walk in and you see who, you make eye contact with the person doing the thing, you throw this to them, and they catch it. Now, you've got their full attention right now, and it's got your information right there and all that, and nobody throws away tissues, they put it there first, and it comes back, so.
Interesting. See, we can be creative in so many different ways. I love it. So we're just throwing tissues at people now.
Throw tissues at them.
It's like a couple boxes.
Oh, Popeye!
Yeah.
I love it. Well, I mean, I'm trying to get a leprechaun to throw candy at kids, so I don't really have much to speak on that one.
How do you source a leprechaun?
Huh?
How do you source them? How do you get that contact?
It's not,
Oh, well, that was just being, I mean, I ate lunch next to the company that does it for like 13 years. Yeah, so, but we have the conversation, right? Like she knows I'm a realtor, I know what she does, we tried to hire her for the Sonora and Sienna, and just gotta have the conversation. Okay. Door knocking. Okay, we have, I'm breaking it up into 3. So, and that's because I want you guys always, whenever you take a listing, to hit your council inspires and Facebook. And why do I want you to do that? Because your listing means an opportunity for these lead sources to take advantage of how you will actively prospect your listing. Okay, what does it look like when you show up, right? And you're like, this is all the things that we're doing. Marcus Stern has done this, like, let me help you sell your house. Like, you know what I mean? Like that conversation, however it ends up working out, I'm not here. I'm not a scripter, I'm a concept.
So you're saying go to door knock on your cancer subscriber?
I would 100% bring them a Popeye, some value, something, invite them. Like one of my, I think my favorite things I've heard is when we invite them to a private showing. So, hey, we're gonna have the open house, but the hour before, we're inviting a few of you neighbors, like, to just come in. And like, what does that conversation look like when they walk in, right? We just want them in so we can have the conversation, right? No different than when you go take a listing, right? You want to get through the threshold. Same thing, we want them through the threshold too, so they can see what you're doing. And, you know, we're sitting in a place where we have a table and 4 chairs, right? Open house, like, we've created this ambiance, they see this, they get this little, do you see where I'm going? Like, this is how some of these current listings in our market center are being taken, is by creating this layered event, you know, and it doesn't really have to cost you that much. Like those boxes, Jody, whoever in our office has seen, it's like $10 a box, some snacks in it, her information is the lender, the agent's information is just, and it's packaged, and it's all cute, it's got a little Popeye thing, right? $10 a box. 10 bucks, 10 houses, 20 houses. What's that look like for one listing or one buy? Right? Because you guys should have most of the other stuff. Kelly prints her stuff out for free. Okay, so we don't have to pay for print. Market Center pays for your stuff. You don't need open house signs. We have them. Right? I mean, like, you know what I mean? So you don't have to spend a ton of money. We just need to do some things uniquely. So yeah, I think you should be hitting these guys 100%. Because we know they, and I want you to come to the next round. But, when we talk about cancels and expires, right, what's their immediate need? They're frustrated, they took it off or let it go because their needs weren't met, but they do have an immediate need. They wanted to sell for some reason. Okay, something stopped that. FSBOs, wherever the opinion that they are better than having a representative, to back up, whether it's money or whatever it is, right? Days on market have gone up considerably. Having these conversations with our buyers have been really challenging over the last year or so, right? Maybe even longer, but probably the last year has been really tough. Trying to get people over the hump in a couple places. So show them why, this is why you have a realtor support you and show up and represent you. So, yeah. Your neighbors are looky-loos, okay? And this is where we go into that inviting to the hour before or dropping off this cute little Popeye or package or whatever. What did I call them? I called them door knockers. Oh, what did I call them? Box knockers. Is that what I called them last time?
Box offers?
Yes, but
Not boxes.
yeah, but the door boxes. So, you know what I mean? Something like that, like, and just having them feel like.
What is that exactly?
So essentially, whether you're doing like the APS stuff is something you could do, and those are free at our office for you. But it was like a little box, right? You just, bought them in mass and just put them together, right? It kind of flipped open. Those are decent size cards or cardboard stock. Is that what it is?
Construction paper stock.
Whatever, yeah. So, so it was only yay big, and you just, and it had a bow on it and the Popeye, and then you open it up and it had like a drink and a couple snacks. We were putting like some light bulbs, from APS and that program in there, and then the lender's information and the agent's information. That alone, only over like a month and a half for that lender and any of the agents she touched. We're talking about 3 listings and like double that in buyer.
So it's a slashing, it's like a marketing piece and a care package both, sounds like.
What has been the whole overall theme of these classes? Contribution. We have to come from a place of contribution. Just like she said about like, hey, could you look out for me? And if someone's parking in, I'm thinking about you. We want to feel that way. We need to feel the warm and fuzzies, right? So you got this little package. Does anyone else do that? No. How's that gonna make you stand out, right? You can make that whatever, be a little bag, you know what I mean? You can find bags for super cheap. You can make it whatever you want to. Just consider your neighbors, because a couple things. Number one, they live in the neighborhood for a reason, okay? So chances are there's other people that wanna live around them or they want near them, okay? So that's an opportunity, because why? They always have to ask for the business, ask for the referral, doesn't matter what lead source. And then we know, well, if the Robinsons are doing it, I guess I'm gonna have to do it too, right? So we'll see that. We'll see like a neighborhood that hasn't moved in a little bit, and then one house goes up, and then it's like ding, 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 right? Because, well, they're gonna make money, I wanna make money, you know what I mean? If they think it's a good time, maybe it's a good time, right?
Did you say that there's a program of the free light bulbs here?
I have them in my office, but you're owed to come to
Is it,
speak anyway.
so are they packaged like with one?
It's one, I give you 10, and the program, and so the program, so over here on the West Valley, East Valley and West Valley. West Valley, Northwest Valley, and some south in Prescott is APS. The East Valley and Southeast, in that area, it's all SRE. Okay.
Summer project.
Yeah, and APS is.
Arizona Public Service.
Yes, there are power companies. We don't have a choice other than that, okay? They're what I call.
Other than solar.
Yeah, but even then, we still have to pay them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solar.
So, I, again, have a conversation, right? So I had a open house client. He wanted to buy and sell. His parents lived right down the way, but he was all the way out in Levine. And so when I had followed up with him, he was not ready to do so yet. But he had mentioned that he worked with the energy efficient department at EPS. And we had just started to launch our quarterly events. And so I said, hey, do you ever do things for the community and this, and we're doing this? And so he literally dropped off like 300 light bulbs first time and all the program stuff. So they will do an energy evaluation on your home for free. It's like on a Zoom. If you want it done in person, it's $99.
I've had the in-person one done and it is pretty in-depth.
It is, and then,
They put things over your windows.
Yep.
To find out what's, to make sure that they pressurize your house and see what's
is it
leaking.
free?
That, when they come to your house, it's $100.
$100 to see.
But he was there for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Who's this again? I'm sorry.
Who said, I
This
had
was a
wanted
third-party
extra
contract.
installation, and but he was on the Mesa side, and so I said, I think
So that's
someone
an
can come out and
SRP
check
Yeah,
and see,
yeah, just SRP, if you search that on Google, then trust me, it will come up.
So
So,
your Popeye ideas, I really like a consumable, usable, I think everyone needs, and I do like that, maybe like a D battery for everyone's,
yeah, something like that, like, again, coming from a place of contribution. So APS is saying, you know, if you do this and you take our tips and stuff, you can save up to 25% on your bill. By the way, I got a new flyer for y'all. But in addition to that, you can get Google Nest. Who doesn't love a free electronic? We don't have, other than this being a relationship I have personally, like, we don't get anything. There's no kickback, there's no nothing. But what it's allowed us to do is to come from a place of contribution. If I'm scared about door knocking, well, now I have something pretty awesome. Put it up in your listing for the duration of the listing with some of the stats, right? Then you have got this presentation, you know, take it to your open house and give them away. Now you've got giveaways, right? And why? Because our consumers are stressed out about everything being so high. So it's our job to come back and say, what solutions can I find? Is it our job to show them how to budget and do it? No, but we should be the education to bridge to what we want them to do, and that's purchase.
Do you know if when they give you the Nest, if they install it or if you have to have it installed?
I can ask Ricky. I'll ask him. I don't know that question ever came up, but I can ask. I mean, they're
It's
pretty.
come up, they asked me, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Let me text him right now. Just because I'll forget, because I'm doing more things. So anyways, your neighbors matter, okay? One of the, like with those boxes, one of the listings that they were able to take, they waited for them to be done with the open house so that they could go on a listing. They went on a listing right after the open house, right? So, like, we don't know, just like our AOD has provided some crazy stuff recently. We just never know when that business is gonna come in, so we wanna make sure the neighbors know we're there, okay? We talked about doing things like having a writer that had the times, you know, and the day that you're gonna have the open house, right, and solicit. We talked about all that stuff last time. Okay, I do want to say, though, as a caveat, they can be the best and they can be the best, okay? So with all that goodness that does come from it, they're also nosy, and they're also can say things that can lose us a deal. There's a lot of things, so just know your audience, people. Okay, and then one of my favorites, because I've gotten so many leads from business to business, but why do we do business to business? We talked a lot about this last time. I don't want to answer this question. Who remembers?
why we do business to business? Just promoting that somebody local that's gonna promote you.
Yeah.
Well, they also have employees that may want to live closer, meeting more people.
There are consumers too. To both of your guys' points, right? They're working in this area. They probably, not all of them, a good portion live here. There's something that is bringing them here, okay? So they also deal with the public far more than we do, okay? So they know people too. They'll have regulars and do those things. So you want to build those relationships with them, okay? Has anyone business to business since we started doing this? Curious.
No, but I have in the past for search and whatnot. Got a really good trader. He talked about in a Pleasant, particularly like just when you're talking to these people, a very simple
Mark, help
phrase.
me out. Text that.
Very simple phrase. You know that he's got this area, that's downs on it, and you just, that's a very casual conversation. So all these things get planted on those people, so when somebody comes by, oops, he's gonna get divorced, oops,
Yeah.
there's baby deployment,
Mhm.
debt or whatever.
Yeah,
And,
I like that. Yeah, with the 5 Ps, right?
yeah,
I think it is.
and you just very simple in conversation.
Yeah. And it is, it's so easy to like slide it in there if they know. Rosanna?
I've left some flyers I have in the mechanic shop I use, so.
Oh, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you also logged into the credit union
Oh, credit union,
and managed
yes.
to
My
get that right
esthetician
down.
said
our-
I have some stuff too.
Yep.
My esthetician said when I get more flyers, take them to her place.
Yeah, 100%. So the cool thing is if we can like build that relationship with them, right? Like it's that referral piece too, even if they're not ready. So I would like to challenge you guys. We are doing the Lucky Leprechaun. And it is on the 23rd, which means there will be pockets each week, starting, I think Friday, we're going, is the first day, right, Kev?
What's that?
We're business to business talking on Thursday or Friday?
I'm gonna be here Thursday, because I have AOD also.
Yeah. So we're gonna be doing the business to business in Otera. If you haven't been in there, you know, you guys all been over there, so you know, it's a pretty big shopping center. There's multiple sites and it goes, you know, it's quite large. So it does take a hot minute to canvas. So I like to hit like a strip at a time. They need to be pre-warned that we're doing it. We need to collect some coupons to stick in our little baggies for the kiddos or attendees. And you guys need to have enough cards or something to give away, okay? Because I have pulled in business from just the Notera area alone. Okay, it is also part of the reason why our events are big. We missed that at Sonora and Santa, and I missed about 100 people. So instead of having 5, I had 4-ish, somewhere 3, 4, somewhere like that. So I know it works, okay? So if you guys would like to do that, let me know. You guys have my information, and we'll do a group, we'll canvas, and if you guys want to go with me, you know, and I will show you what I do. They're getting used to me.
You said you're doing it every week, is that right?
But yeah, we'll probably have 1 day a week and we'll just run, because I need to hit them once and let them know, try to get them to start getting coupons for us. And if anyone else wants to, like, if any of them want to actually have like a vendor spot, we have about 4 spots that we can fill. I usually open that up to our like preferred partners first. So they were informed yesterday.
And you're starting it this week or next week?
We'll probably start it this week. I just gotta get the little flyers and wait for Kelly to send me proofs. And then the whole event itself is meant for lead genning, so do not worry about where that's going to. If you guys, we're only taking a very select few of agents, because then there's only so much to give out, okay? So, we have about half-ish, right, Kev, in South Sabrina? So we're looking about maybe 5, 6 more people that want to participate in that. So if you guys would like to get in on that, that's great. Please let us know so that we can, because we've got a spot. It's a great chance to like market yourself and stuff, but we do need, there are levels of lead capturing that happen, so that we actually have a list of potential people, okay? So it's
the
not,
agents that are really using the Kelly app, the vendor list, that are through Keller Williams. So it's KELLE, and you put all your favorite vendors in there.
oh, yeah, okay, I was like, Kelly list, I went to Magnus and Kelly and the title list, sorry. I follow you 3.
Yeah, well, maybe they call it something different now.
No, I know what you're talking about, I know
That's a great lead gen way where someone's like, hey, I'm looking for a painter, and let me send you all my things, and then they start using them.
Yep.
And then they're using you as your real estate agent, but I'm looking for local vendors myself, and maybe we can use that list and kind of go down for what you're talking about too. Does everyone kind of generate their own vendor list, or how do you?
So you guys can always submit them into our MC, our market center commands. You can always submit the vendors there. I think each one of us kind of has our own list, because that's something, and that's actually built in a few of these classes too, is using that vendor list a lot. Because it's such a great resource, those are your trusted ally resources, right? And again, like you said, it ends up being that cross pollination. Not use the C word anymore. By the way, like, I love it.
2 things from Calendar Union about that. One class talked about using Google Maps to save your vendor list.
Yeah.
Because then you can say, oh, here's the vendor, and not only do you give them the phone number, you give them the address and everything,
Yeah,
their
some
business hours, the
factor.
whole works at one time, but don't shoot them the whole list at one time. Only shoot them the ones that they want, that's why they're gonna come back to you for the next ones, otherwise you lose them for the future of business.
Yeah, you gave them everything.
That's just two things that popped up.
That's a good one. I like it. Anybody else have anything to add? That was good. Good chat. Good talking.
Follow up on your vendor list, I did have one of my favorite glass guys, who's by far the best and most affordable, had a heart attack. And so a lot of my clients told me, because they called him, or doesn't happen, did you know he passed away, or someone else, so I've been trying to find someone else.
Your vendor should be on at least quarterly. They should be invited to your events. They should.
And if they're not providing something to you, then.
Well, it has to be mutually beneficial, 100%. I agree. There has to be a trust in there. Okay, circle prospecting. So again, listing, I've got to buy, I'm farming is also circle prospecting list. We'll actually use that in expansion a lot to start lead genning, is finding a list and starting to pull from there. So I broke it up into our needs. Why would you want to call your neighborhood that you're listing a house in? Because you just listed a house. They should know, okay? You want to call to announce that you have listed a neighbor's house and do they or anyone want it, okay? Easy conversation. You're already in the neighborhood, you're already in their hood, okay? Open house. Again, we're going to call to invite them to a premiere viewing, or if you're just seeking the whole list, because I'm trying to be realistic. I would love to see the whole list be CP'd until like you sold it, but I also know the reality is that sometimes we get worn out. So if you're at least hitting the people, you know, and being really intentional. So let them into a secret world of endless possibilities, okay? Because we want to create that event for them. And just close. They need to know it closed. Why? If you have a success story around it, that is a great platform to share, okay? We love success stories, we really do. We just feed off the negativity. Negativity is like crack cocaine. That's what my pediatrician says about the kids. She's like, they just feed off that negativity. It's like crack cocaine, and I was like, oh, she goes, you gotta work extra hard with positivity, but we really do feed off that. So we want to call to remind them that you were able to seal the deal and share the good news on how you can help them.
And
Okay.
all this information you're getting from your title and escrow officer? Where are you getting that, yeah?
Yes, so,
Because I have, I like my information when within an hour of requesting it, I'm not finding that in this area. I've not found a title and escrow that's not responsive, so what are people doing?
using Magnus
Sorry, 2 shots and no response.
from Kelly, correct? We'll have
I think an hour is a big ask.
an hour is tough, but
Kelly does a lot, so maybe,
She's in a lot of meetings.
yeah, she's a tough one.
So that's
So
why I like
maybe she
somebody that can
needs
be
someone
responsive.
else
But
under her,
here's the
but
deal is once we make that connection, right, and then we get assigned our own person, right, and they're right on top of it. But let's just chat after about that. Because that's who we pull all of our prints, everything from. She does all of our stuff. Like it's all. But usually she's more responsive than twice. I can see one thing, but not twice. So okay. And cancels, expires, and FISBOs. So call to share that you can help them sell their home, share how you will market your neighbor's home. And again, remember we talked about this, is Popeyes, we could do drop-off CMAs, you know, for FISBOs, you know, at our office, I do not know about Wednesday, so I will not speak to that. But I know at our office, we're allowed to do an open house on a FISBO. We have a one-page identification, you know, disclaimer, whatever. Not that solves everything, but we do have something in place so that you can do that, right? So we probably went through like 7 or 8 different things to do for cancels and expires and FISBOs that wasn't a call. And it was something physical, okay? It wasn't even a text or social. It wasn't even hitting that. It was all physical stuff to do, okay? So, any questions about this? You should be circle prospecting your listings, people. And you gotta buy, so prospect. Just got my client under contract in 4 days. Okay? whatever success you can pull from it, okay? Anxiety about picking a phone up? Anyone? Yeah? I'm honest, I hate doing it.
Yeah.
I did it all day yesterday and I just like, by the end of the day, I was like, oh. But who likes to play games of some sort? I don't care if it's a video game, it's a puzzle game, it's a. Are you laughing at me over there?
It's a drinking game.
Hey, it's a game, it's a game. I
When we
like
put it
it.
that way, the Bob Newkirk game.
And then pick up the phone.
By the way, Sabrina, I have to share this with you. I was looking because we're getting a culture, like awards that we can like pass, right? And so I saw one that was a beer one, and I was like, there's like a hot minute for just that's like, it just actually reminded me. I don't know why. We've never really drank together.
No idea.
Okay, so now I just went.
Sorry.
I love you, Sabrina. Okay.
Phone calls you're talking about.
Yeah, so, it's not easy, okay? And I think that before we go on lunch, I'm gonna play the video for you guys, because I really want you to hear what Mel says, okay? Because she really does talk about the fear, right? We're our limiting belief, we're what stops us from succeeding. And so, she has a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 jump. You have to acknowledge the fear, you have to embrace it, and then you have to just choose to walk into it, okay? And that happens in every facet of our life, right? And it's the hardest thing to do. It is so hard. But like anything, the more we do it, the more we master, right? Who are we mastering? We're not mastering the fear. We're mastering ourselves, right? So go back to the 6 perspectives, right? Like we have to constantly be working on ourselves, okay? So if you need help and you need someone to do that with, we used to do call nights. I will open call nights back up. I stay at the office after hours for a couple hours, and we can just sit there and lead gen, whatever lead source you want to. I always have something to call for you, but I always also now have something to call. So you're not alone. We can sit there and prospect together, okay? Deal? Okay, awesome. Okay, open house, right? We just did the class last week. So going back to the Popeyes, right? I did the closest 20 neighbors and any of the councils who was inspired and inviting to that private showing beforehand. And it can lead to a great combo. So doing this beforehand, it just creates great combos, right? With those contacts. Like you get to have that like one-on-one and stuff. The whole point of this is to be able to have the conversation. You can't do that if someone's shutting the door. Okay? We need to get someone over a threshold. I don't care if you ride them over, just we need to get them past the threshold. Okay? Online. And I'm going through all this first because normally I have a slide after each one of these and go into it, but I realize it's all this. Okay? It's all the MREA. It's all the no lead left behind. It's all making sure you're doing that piece. So using Facebook events, signage units, Event Create, Eventbrite, other platforms that allow you to drive all traffic to a singular place. Who can tell me why do we drive something to our website or a singular place that can do what? If we're pushing all of our leads to one place, what do we want that one place to do? Okay. Yes. Now, when you find that, let me know. I could use it in everything all the time. Thank you. We need to be able to capture and hold our database, okay? So even when you do, and I use this because you can track who's saying they're coming. Sign Up Genius, same thing. Event Create, Eventbrite. These platforms allow you to capture information, which you can then put in your CRM if it doesn't directly integrate, right? But if you can push it to your website that goes to your CRM or to your CRM first, great. If not, you need to do something that's going to capture that information. Any questions about that? Has anyone ever used Eventbrite, Sign Up Genius?
On the consumer side.
Not for real estate, but
Oh,
yeah, used them.
So you've used it like as a admin?
As in inviting people to things
Okay.
and stuff like that, but not.
You said as a consumer?
So in other words, Kesley set up class and I went to Eventbrite to RSVP.
Okay, so yeah, like the consumer side. They're all pretty much the same stuff. It is just as nasty and tedious as putting a listing into the MLS. Okay, once it's done, okay? And it's out there and people are engaging. So.
We're finding there's so many leads coming in, through command that are the WhatsApp and, you know, the two first men's names. I mean, I got 6 in the past week.
Yeah, so that recently has just come up with the whole, specifically with WhatsApp and like not being here. So understand, guys, it's technology, it can be tapped. That's what you're dealing with. If it doesn't look right, smell right, sound right, probably not right.
Is you hearing that a lot?
You're like the third person.
Yeah, I've gotten a few.
The WhatsApp?
Always
Just
saying
in the
a
last couple of
man's name
days.
twice, like James Bryan.
Yeah, there's just, yeah.
All these, hey, I would like to connect with
Do me
WhatsApp. I'm
a
like,
favor for you guys here, for us at our office, if you didn't know, we officially have a managing broker 5 days a week. Okay, I don't care who, but go to the broker. I would ask. I would push that, let them, because that's the third time I've heard it in probably the last 3 weeks. You're saying it's 6 times just alone. So that's an issue, and so what I'd be afraid of is someone who's not gonna look at it and say, is this right, smell right, look right, not right?
I have a lot of people that connect with me on Facebook Marketplace and Facebook, like things that I've listed. And they want me to sign up for WhatsApp so they can send me money.
No.
And that to me is a scam.
Okay.
And so the WhatsApp to me is a big red flag.
You know who we Zelle and send, or Venmo? People we know, okay? We don't ever send money.
No.
Yeah, so like,
They
it's
want
all
to
shit.
send, they want to buy something, they want me to
They're
send them on
not.
WhatsApp, but it's a scam, I get it.
It started at Craigslist. I remember we used to use Craigslist as a good platform to list or to rent, especially for rentals and stuff like that. And then people were like getting so sucked into, well, I'm not a state, and send me the keys and I'll send you the money and stuff like that. So they're just, if someone's asking you to send money and they're gonna send you money, it's bullshit. Don't do it. Don't get sucked down the rabbit hole, people.
I got a $440,000 check drawn on any bank in Canada to deposit for somebody.
I got
Oh.
So when they came down, they'll come down and meet me for a day.
Yeah, I think it was 25 when I had that was when those ones started, and I went into my Wells Fargo, and they're like, this is fraud. And I'm like, oh, well, you know what I mean? Like, I'm attached to it. I'm like, what? I didn't do anything,
I got a $12,000 check. Yeah, the bank, and they cashed it, but I said, I want you to hold on it for 2 weeks until it's
Yeah.
completely clear, because
Yeah, you never know, but
and then
that's,
they came back and,
National bank.
so yeah, let's just bring that to the broker. I'll mention to Kyle, and if you can mention to Wednesday, because I would be concerned that there would be some people that might get stuck down that. Okay, so walk-ins, right? That's the whole reason why we do open houses originally. We just get the ability to be able to do some other stuff. So with digital and or paper sign-in, setting the expectation for seller feedback, right? We talked about that not last week, the week before that when we did the open house, right? And I can only account for my success. So I've got like 95% response rate for getting full, accurate contact information. I set the expectation that the seller wants the feedback. Remember my, release, catch, release thing, right? And so when they come back, same thing. I just had an agent come into the office yesterday and they were telling me about the open house and they had like 30 groups of people. 30 groups of people. That's a woosah. Okay, that's like, you're not like, your head can't go up long enough to see what's happening, okay? And they had 2 people and they felt that they were like scrambling too much. So I told them, I said, well, that point I would call someone in. First off, because you can't have that many people in a house like that unattended. If it was vacant, maybe, but like, especially with other stuff. Number 2, someone should have never walked away from the front door. That expectation should have been set, because that's what he told me. He goes, we got like 2 people. I was like, what?
out of 30, you only have 2 contacts?
Yeah, I was like, with 2 people, I was like, no, that could have ran more efficiently. I'm not saying, but so I was like, okay, next one, because you guys are gonna do it again, it says listing. I was like, if you know it's gonna be busy, what did you do? Was it church time? What was it? What was going on that, you know, maybe could have like pushed towards that? But bring a third person in, and if not, cool. You're walking around, bouncing around like you are in a busy retail store, and that greeter is not moving from that front door.
You know,
Because their job is to set the expectation and get the contact.
Well, during COVID, we limited the number of people that came in at one time, but people waited outside so they could, if it was overwhelming like that, they could stop people from coming.
Yeah, but honey, if we did that now, they would just walk.
That's true.
You know what I mean? So it's like, how do we go, okay, we got this issue, and how do we problem solve to make it more efficient? Okay, and this is where, like, you guys have heard me gripe or lecture. We live in such a big metropolis, there's plenty of leads. If there's 30 people coming through and you have 3 people, and you capture just 90%, what does that make everybody have? Each walking away? 9. 9? I'm just using that number, that was the number that was thrown out, so I'm just, okay? 9 leads, so you didn't open house, even if you walked away with 3 leads, because you split it 3 ways, you know what I mean? You guys also didn't have to do it alone.
yeah, you know who helped me tap the brakes? I had a lender there. We printed
You know,
out
that's
all
my
the
favorite.
sheets.
Yep.
And we could do the show and tell for all the programs, whatnot, so even the nosy neighbor types, and,
You remind me of something though, because you know, you guys know I love bringing a lender to an open house, okay? Just like they should be running comps and writing contracts and negotiating that way, right? Our job is not to understand all the nitty gritty about the loan process and things like that. Each lender does it differently, right? So I'm a huge proponent of that. But I do want to point out, because I feel like I do this every class, but the lender that shared with me those boxes that she's had such great success with in our office, she's been freely giving these to agents inside our office and outside our office, doing the door knocking with them, sitting in the open house, and doing that. And she did that for 2 months. And there was like, what did I say, 6? So like 8-ish pieces of business. And 6 of them were buyers, not one of them put it under her.
Not one of them, what?
Put it under her,
Really?
not one. So I want to just like really, really encourage you guys to like have a relationship with your person, okay? And a real relationship on both sides, okay? It just broke my heart. It actually kind of made her go, now I feel like I have to be selective with who I might help. And that's a crummy place to be, because she was a great resource. Okay, so the reason why I didn't have slides in between each one of those like I normally do is because really it's all the same stuff, okay? So sellers and buyers, what's our job? We need to identify, okay? We need to know if they're hot, warm, or nurture. Why? Because if they're gonna go in our database, they have to be under 1, you know, and if they don't want to be talked to, they shouldn't be in your database, okay? So obviously, if you have a seller and they're a buyer, tag them, whatever you have in your CRM, word commands, so tag them appropriately. That way you can isolate. So if you're sending out a buyer blast because you have an open house, you're sending it to buyers and not the sellers. You're like, why are you sending that? I'm not, you know, I'm not looking to buy, whatever. Same thing for buyers, right? Make sure that they are not sitting at both places. Depending on how big their database is and how far all over Phoenix you are, maybe the way that you tag the city is important to you. Okay, so if you do a lot of listings, tag them, you know, with the cities, right? Then you go, oh, I've got all these people in the city, or, you know, I mean, like, well, whatever the case is, like, there's so many ways to organize it. So going back to the MRE, right, no lead left behind. I know this is a little bit different than the MRE had, but I also think it should be triple this with the amount of types of touches that we can do from social calling all the way down to print and all the other things, right? But you need to have some type of 36 touch campaign on your stuff. It has to be moving through your transaction or your lead pipeline, okay? Transactional pipeline is like signed, you know, active, under contract, closed, back on market, you know, deal fell through, that's transactional. But your lead pipeline, right? Lead, hot, warm, nurture, not interested, which means what? What does not interest mean?
not right now.
Okay, thank you. So again, the same thing on the other side. The only thing that changes is how we're talking to them. The value that we're providing somehow, like am I going to give a CMA update to a buyer that doesn't own a house? No, right? Am I gonna give them a guide on how to sell their house by themselves? I'm just throwing something, no, right? So it just depends on where we're sitting and how we're delivering the information. But a lot of it's still cross-contaminated, but the message of the moment is probably gonna be slightly different for both at all times. Does that make sense? And hands, I had a couple people that were struggling and did not get the email from last open house class. Who did not receive it? I don't recall. Okay, well, I'm gonna send last week's out with this week's. I have it prepped. Like I even have all the stuff in the folder and stuff. I'll send not last week's, but the open house one out with
Did
this.
someone like any handouts as well that you would have had?
Yeah, I have, they're digitally in there or PDFs in there for you guys to print out if you need.
Can you say you sent that out? So.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I think that you guys kind of got lucky because I don't think I'll be sharing my slides with the additional classes. I'm gonna give all the handouts and stuff like that. But I think I'm gonna encourage you guys to take more notes and ask questions. So, you know me, I don't know, I gotta be up into everybody's drawers. So, okay, let's break, party, drink, whatever it is that you need. I will set a timer, and then you have to deal with my office playlist I put together.
I was like, she.
I almost didn't tell you to say that.
That's why it's good.
No, you're fine, so no repeat, like I'll sort of out on one. And then the air turned on, I like later in the afternoon. And it does it every single time. So my DJ high, everything should be weekend in the morning. So I want to get back to that, and then I'll have the secondary and social class on Thursday at the same time. So I'll be running like, course one on both of them. Tuesday. You know what's funny? I never thought I would actually do this much teaching. It would be like crazy.
You are ready.
I love it. I really do.
I'm also asking about open house one, so I don't know where I didn't get your house.
Yeah, just keep it, because it's the email that I'm looking for.
Okay.
Because it'll have the video and all of that stuff. Okay, so 10 minutes would make is, because I forgot who told me I got to get 11:15 people.
Make sure that they don't.
You said that today.
Oh,
So, yes.
You guys are amazing. Collaborating.
I don't know how really hard to do it. I got my real estate started. You know what, I agree, there's one up there.
I don't think this is gonna work here in the dog. And he's like, oh, no, that's not gonna work. So I'm like, oh, God, I saw it. I would have went there. But yeah, or so. He's with invitation. And I'm like, chocolate. I have everything.
I know, I have that.
I used it.
How many different last memory?
I do, okay, so the only thing I found is past week before,
I'm like,
share my name. So I do that a lot, like, when I notice there's also ours.
Like you looking more.
No, I have it here.
APS says that they do free installation with the
Oh, I was looking at the.
And he gave me
route,
a
and I'm like,
piece.
oh, wow, that's 2.5 hours just driving. I'm like, yeah, I'm like,
We're just having it Saturday for birthday party.
yeah, I'm like,
And it
oh,
was,
I'm like,
an hour and 10 minutes.
yeah, it was an hour and 10 minutes. I'm like,
Okay, I'm gonna stretch my dollar before.
Sarah,
Sarah, did you take some
I'm
time?
like, no.
Pardon? Did you take some time?
This tells you the.
On my calendar.
Next one, I put like.
No,
Absolutely.
yeah,
My
I
credit
just
card,
wanted to ask you about.
what is the error? That's the house. I
23rd,
don't know what the error is.
just what the whole.
Yeah, I would love, well, usually when I meet with you, I know how to come in my office, so I can show you all the things and stuff, so I'll show you like content pieces, can I show you? I did show you. So I have some of the pieces out there, so I'll show you, I'll have those, but, if we have time, you're up to take time tomorrow.
Okay.
Which one?
Yeah, because that's close for me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I remember we were doing it, you on the squad, let me know. It's quite a bit of, like,
Unless I said something again.
yeah. But I would love you, if I want to.
Yeah, yeah. That would be way better.
So,
That's why I wanted to look at, I need to put things together.
cool. That's me, Laurel, I will be all that after.
I've actually.
So I have. So. Right. Okay, I'm gonna go get my phone calls and.
I just had it.
Just one more.
Oh.
I know I do.
It is. Working on that. Take off. It's awful. Thing is, I had it here, right? And walked in just here. Yes. Oh, my God. Where's that? All. Yeah, I'll get that. This should pop up over here, this should pop up over here. Push. And there's nobody talking.
Look at it too, Charlotte.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're so colorful. I cannot keep my eyes from.
You say you stand out, so.
Well, I got a lot of response from this jacket at Medicamp, or at a union. But I'm wearing it now because I was freezing.
I thought you were gonna be doing some kind of a show for us.
No, I was cold, I had to go.
Whatever works, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever keeps you warm.
It's starving, I got it. This cold as well, so I'm asking for it. And I walk in here and Megan's got bagels in the toaster, I'm like, gee, thanks. Yeah, well, I know they're gonna draw blood afterwards, that's why I'm, you know. Yeah, exactly. I can have the morning tomorrow morning, but tomorrow morning I'm working, I'm moving. So. I'm doing one of Kesley's plants, we loaded them up yesterday. 2 trucks and a trailer, we loaded all the furniture into the trucks. Their house closes today, and then their house I'm moving into closes tomorrow morning. So as soon as it records, we can put stuff in the house. So instead of loading it and unloading it, and then reloading it and unloading it again, we loaded it, left it in the trucks for 3 days. And yeah, they're moving 4 miles away.
That's easy.
Well, I had to drive 20 miles to my house to store them for 2 days.
Yeah.
Because there's no place over by this one that I could store them, they would be safe. So it's one end up being about 40-mile move,
I
but
know
still.
you go all over, I know you go all over the place. It's still a lot easier.
Well,
Can help with.
you know what, personally, I make the same amount of money on a local move as I did doing a one-way move. But the one-way moves, I can have a local move going on here, my guys do that, and I can take the one-way myself and hire labor there, so I can double myself up, you know? I go nationwide. I'm looking for the Hawaii move, and I'm not having it.
Looking for what?
Hawaii move.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I've moved to Canada, Alaska, Mexico, Cayman Islands.
Some sort of retirement home?
Of course, every state in the union except for Maine, and Hawaii, and North. I took somebody from Detroit, Anchorage.
Oh, wow.
That was almost 5,000 miles.
Is that the winter?
No, we went to, and it was 65 the whole time. And then when I got there, I told their Honda Accord, they loaned their Honda Accord, put me up for a week, me and my son, who came up, helped me unload it. We went salmon fishing for a week. And they provided me bagels.
I haven't
And
been
then
to
flew home. And the
Illusion Tree.
plane tickets from Alaska, there's like $200.
You kidding?
No, it was cheap as could be. Because a lot of people
I was.
live in Arizona and they work there, so they're flying back and forth every other week.
That was where it came last.
Me too. That's one I want to do too. But my wife is very claustrophobic, so if I do that, then I have to get expensive room stuff and all that stuff, you know.
Middle of the ship.
Well, no, we need to have some, or whatever, with the balcony that opens up, either the outside or the inside. Oh, so it doesn't move a lot, yeah, I get you. That's where you want to be? I've not been on a cruise, so.
Yeah.
I used to work for a travel club, and so I did a lot of cruise and vacation packages.
We had a timeshare and we went to Cabo San Lucas. And it was like, oh, this is all inclusive, you have to pay for this.
Yeah, we just haven't been.
And then you find out later that we, no, we didn't have to.
I'm gonna work it, we can do right now, so.
Because we had scuba diving, right before everything had opened, and we came back after it was closed, so we wasted $75 a person that day.
Which time did you understand?
Oh, remember
It
now.
wasn't the Donna.
No.
We would work a lot of times.
Yes.
No.
Why do you think it was
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually.
Vedanta?
Yeah,
Because, I worked for a travel club that was partnered with Vedanta, and it was horror stories. Well, I mean, it was hit or miss. Some people love it, some people don't. People were spending hundreds of thousands on it. I'm sure it's such a.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Beautiful property. I mean, there are beautiful properties.
Okay.
And they were also supposed to, launch their cruise line, but then it was right around when COVID happened. We were expanding. Do you own Vedanta?
No, but I just went there.
Which one?
Through RCI, and I went, I love mine. And I went to,
Was it Grand Lion or?
no, but yeah, so when it's right there, God, I'm trying to think of, Cancun, Riviera Maya. It was the Lux, but it was, which location? I put you on the line.
Okay, redo it.
Puerto Yard.
Okay.
And I
told my wife.
got the feel from a lot of people, like, that they spend a lot of money. They've been going there for 30 years, so some were happy. Like, some people were like, what tower are you in? I'm like, I'm in tower 5, and they're like, you booked this, what, 3 weeks ago? You what? And I was like, if they would have known what I paid for it, they would have been sick.
Yeah, we would book them for, and then working there, we would get 3 weeks. And people were paying $60,000 a week.
$100 per down. There we had 3 full baths, 1 pool. It was ridiculous. That was like exchange.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but it was points, so like, it was so few points that I can still go on like 6 more vacations like that. So if you're a happy country, oh, I'm one of the few.
They're not all, they're not all.
I guess I know how to use mine, and it's always for something
When you learn how to use it, and that's the big thing, is a lot of people just don't. So
I know, I have friends.
Message back for me that says.
They're like, I just don't know how to use it. I go, there's
Really, sure.
things haven't used it.
Throwing
Sit
that
down with
in.
me and we'll talk.
And then with RCI, rolling it over every year.
I roll it over.
All right, so we're all in?
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna share the video with you because,
Has it been interesting?
What's that?
I'm gonna write something this week, okay? I'm gonna use legal words.
I don't know if he wants to really shoot his word.
he's not.
All right, so Friday.
Okay, so this is
just
the
file
compilation of
file
family
one.
reunion, so I found a
Does
little
that
bit
work
of
for you?
Tim Robbins, and then I
She didn't have any
found
cookie.
Mel as well. I like that one out there. It's only a 30-minute thing right there.
Well,
You do these on Canva?
It's so much.
So he was talking about perspective.
how many?
Mark, so Mel had a thing, and this is really what I wanted you guys to see. So she said she had an activity, and she wanted one person to come up on stage. So you gotta imagine everybody is like, oh, I'm on stage small, right? And she made it very clear right away that, no, I want the person that's the scariest to be. That's who I
Person
would,
that doesn't want to be up here.
that doesn't want to be up here. I want the person who's shaking.
That would be.
And she's crying, you know, whatever. So she can't even go through, like, I mean, when I say, so, sorry, Bryce. So she's literally, people. Like, I mean, it was hilarious, right? Sorry.
She's climbing all over her place looking, and she finds this woman.
And she finds this woman right here, okay? Now, by the time you're getting, I caught it right off her, like, she had pulled her up because it was so emotional. Because you could see her red, you could see her freaking out, and you'll see that as it goes. Now, there's two other sections, I did not record it, but it's the progression up, and I'll show that after. So I just wanted to give that perspective. She was looking for the person that did not want to be, who was most scared that could possibly be, to show just how limiting that is. And how you can love someone through that and be there and how it's so much more, okay? And that was the selfie she took on stage.
And then she had different things for her to do in the other envelopes.
I know, I'm trying not to cry too. So there were 2 other envelopes. Okay, so by the time she got up on stage, you know, she was walking us around. I mean, when I say that Mel, how many of us are mamas here? Okay, so y'all, when you take your baby and you're just nestled, like that's what she was doing with it. She was literally letting her like let her, you know, was there and just walking her through it. So the second envelope, she had to sing a song.
Oh, God.
Okay.
So it's like happy birthday.
Yeah, they had everybody who had a birthday that day walk, you know, stand up and be saying happy birthday. She actually had a very beautiful voice, but you could tell, like, as Mel was walking her through this, that she just got less and less shaky. And by the third one, she had won a ticket for family reunion for next year. Probably no one more than deserving to get up there in front of 18,000 people. So anyways, that was the rest of the context of that. Okay, I'm gonna stop it there so I don't spoil all of it. But did anyone pull anything from that fear and just like, just take a chance, man?
Work through it.
I hope she doesn't kill me when she watches this, but does anyone in here know crystal hair?
Yeah.
Okay. I think a lot of us.
I think the point of that too is it sounds comfortable, but keep doing it until you become comfortable. Make your uncomfortable become
Yes.
comfortable.
100%. So crystal hair, she's a very tough, outspoken lady. She's wonderful. She got, you know, Rookie of the Year in her first year. She owns New River. That's like her spot, right? And she got the opportunity to have her name and stuff on one of the New River signs. When you go in, you take a right or left. She got the ability to have that, and she chickened out of it a month ago. And then the ammunition store has a big billboard over there, and so he offered her a spot for free.
On the billboard?
Yeah, I mean, not like a huge one, but I mean, you know, for New River, I mean, it's their, you know, their biggest advertising, you know. And so yesterday, she took the plunge and she got it. She designed her banner, and she's like, but what if? And then, but what if? What's the word?
What if what?
What if what? Right, she does that to me all the time too, what if, right?
What was her what?
Can't live with what ifs.
Exposure, success. Her and I talk a lot about like the fear of being successful. We didn't grow up in a household that showed us that. That wasn't our example. So sometimes it feels a little bit fearful. So that fear comes in a lot of different places, right? Picking up the phone call and being rejected at her, you know, nobody wants that. But again, to Jason's point, the more we're uncomfortable with doing these things. So I'm glad I actually put that in because I guess the point that I'm trying to make with you guys is we just need to do these activities. And sometimes it's not your preferred subject, and I get it, but I promise just do them consistently and it will come. Okay.
If it wasn't hard, everybody would do it. Right?
Very rarely are the best things in life the easiest, okay? All right. So now we're gonna talk about some social marketing people. Email, and I say this because I like this whole quote, but emails get reaction, phone calls start a conversation. And I put this on this one specifically because if there's one lead source over my time building expansion teams across different markets, from top tier, you know, we all want to be that agent to just getting out of school. Going back to the phone call, our internet sources and our marketing leads are probably the ones that we just listed the longest, or whatever we'll get around to it. They're the ones that also require the fastest response time, if you want me to be very honest with you. Because what do we do when we're online? We're scrolling through something. Yep, we could be shopping, we could be reeling it, we could be looking at our feed. I mean, there's a ton of things. We could read an article. Then we're going to go on to the next thing, right? So if we don't respond fast enough, that's going to be the thing. So I do want us to be very cautious that whatever drip campaigns that you put in place, you know, however you're nurturing your database, at least half of those need to be calls. Okay, at least. I mean, we have all these other things, but we cannot get away from having a conversation. Those numbers have gone down dramatically. From like 10 years ago, I think we were sitting at like 50-ish, almost 60% phone calls was how, you know, things were handled. And now it's down to like 32% or something like that. You know what I mean? Because texting and social and other platforms of communication have become our primary. Any questions or anything before I start to jump into this? Because this one's a little bit more expensive. Okay.
I think maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just your calls down because people just hate playing phone tag all the time. I mean, that's.
Well.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of. I don't know if that's the reason or not. But.
Well, so phone calls used to be a solicitation, right? I think we talked about this a couple classes ago. Used to be phone calls and then texts were intimate, right? Like you text someone that was that personal, you know, you're having that conversation. That's now become a lead gen point, right? So, and then we specifically within our industry have had a very large disruptor. Now I say this because I'm also been part of the reason why it's existed, and that is our ISAs. Okay, our ISAs, okay? Licensed or unlicensed, it doesn't matter, but most of those people that are robo-dialing, doing those things don't have a license, okay? And so they're just sitting there hitting numbers, okay? Now, do they set appointments? Yes. Can they be quality to from? 100%, okay? But they have infiltrated our lead sources that are used to hearing from us. They've taken our ability to, so now we're just in this mucky little water with people that shouldn't and are having conversations with their clients, right? So, and we live in a metropolis, people. We're instant communication here. It's not like a small or a medium market, okay, where they're more likely to pick up the phone. Here, that's how we did the 2-call text thing, right? Because we're not going to answer our phone if we don't know the phone number. If they leave a voicemail, cool. We know we probably got to listen to it or something, but you know, we've got to come up with other ways, like calling them twice, and you know, texting them. If they text, we respond, and you know, it's like this cat and mouse chase. Okay, so Facebook. I'm going to, when I go through these things, I'm going to be talking about some of the components in there which allow you to lead capture. Why? Because they're not put in place, and we're using it, and we don't have our CTAs or anything in place, right? Then we're I clearly did not even update that. Okay, so post reactions. How many of you, Kelly, the social piece and Ignite, right? 10, 5, 1. Who knows what that is? I know I have some like 90s here, really? I have one, I'm not even gonna call you out. Okay. I don't know what this is.
It was a lot.
I'm gonna trip over it anyways, you know. I have not tripped in like 2 classes. I am, well, people, I like threatened to like have you guys take shots if I trip, but not, you know, so. Okay. So. We're gonna find them. Okay. Okay. We're on social. Oh, I can't draw.
10 likes, 5 comments, and 1 post.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we have,
I heard this now, I just forgot about it, so, the back part.
that's why you make 90s. I'm like, really? Come on. That was your favorite class, because I taught it.
In a day or
Per day, and it boosts the algorithm.
per day?
It boosts the algorithm, first off. It keeps you relevant, right? And present. You want to be present. I mean, social is social, to be present, right? So likes or whatever cards. Okay? And then 5,
Comments.
whatever that's called. Okay? And then reshare or post. Okay? Every day. It doesn't have to be real estate related. In fact, it shouldn't be because there's another rule to this. What series of numbers do we love a combination of people?
D20.
Okay, so.
E to P.
Sorry.
E to P.
Or E to P, yes. It's everywhere. One thing, I mean, like, you've got it everywhere, okay? So 20% should be okay? 20% should be business. 80% of it needs to be personal. Why do you think that is? Like, you're like, okay, I got a Facebook page, business page, and I'll put all the real estate stuff on there.
Because you burn people out on real estate, or
Yeah.
burn people out on one subject if it's,
Yeah.
if it's organic, then it captures their attention.
Yeah, and you have to remember too that nothing is proven a fad quicker. No, seriously, remember when we grew up and like, oh, it's just a fad, it's just a phase, or it's just a this, or they'll get over it. No, we have seen these, I mean, from scary stuff to funny stuff to like, you know, that fad, it changes so quickly, right? So if we like something, chances are in 6 months, it's gonna be burnt out, okay?
I think some people just want to know who you are and just, that you have
That
a
was-
random life you're in.
Thank you. That was my second point. So, right, personal is this is who you are, okay? And it doesn't, like, I like to take personal stuff and like, I've got my coffee of the week, right? I've mixed it in with my business, but it's my personal post. I post my coffee cup of, you know, and whatever face I have for the day, and then I have my playlist for the week that, you know, I've been, whatever, and it rotates every week, and that's one of my posts. You know what I mean? Every Monday, I try to make sure I get that post out, you know, and that story out and stuff like that. I found a way to relate it back to the business. But just because we have Morning Joe, we do all the other stuff that's related to coffee starting every week off, right? But there's interest. What other things could be personal that wouldn't be our intimate, private, behind closed doors life that we could share with the public?
Travel.
Okay?
Pets.
Pets, hobbies.
That are personal,
Mhm.
but I mean, even just events happening around your area, because everybody wants to know about things that are going on.
Family recreation.
You know what almost I feel has not gotten old since it started? When you capture fun little mom and pop shops and cute little, like things like that in your like hood, right? Those are they're our glue. You know what I mean? So it's sad when we have to see them walk away from something, but like they really are glue, and we're so fascinated with it because everything's all chain stored, right, you know? My husband and I went on date night this weekend, he's like, where do you wanna go? I'm like, something different, you know, and we looked and we ended up finding this really cool spot, but typically we're gonna go back to one of the chain things, because it's easy.
Where'd you go?
Yes, I've got a thing, it's like this Italian place, but it's all Roman. It was really weird, it was more upscale, but it's like the Thirsty Lion, anybody been there?
What is it?
Thirsty Lion?
Lion.
That's like one of my
Desert
favorite.
Ridge or one by Desert Ridge.
It is one of my favorites. I love gastropubs. It's like that, and like, it was supposed to be Italian food, but there was no cream sauces, like, it was just so unique. Oh my gosh, bread, I shouldn't have had it, but it was so good.
What part of town?
I have the picture of it, I can tell you exactly what it is. My husband's like, why are you taking a picture? Because the food is so good, and I don't like food.
What is the term gastropub?
Small culinary sampling.
Yeah, or like,
Right,
remember it used to be bar food, so it's like an upscale bar food slash like little, yeah. So you're gonna find more like charcuterie boards and like
You don't
my
have
favorite.
culinary contact.
We do. So it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you say it for me.
Okay, rosticeria.
There you go. I mean, we had like, it was super fun, right? And so I'll make a post out of it, you know, for a date night. I just didn't do it then. I took the pictures and then I was present with my husband for the rest of the night.
Okay.
But it was really good food, right? Like, we just captured that, or I'm doing an event with my kiddo, you know what I mean? And we're bringing this, you don't have to show your kids on the thing, for heaven's sake. It's like, I'm not saying post your babies everywhere. I've even found, I do it on my stories. So my family events go on my stories, because what happens after 24 hours? It's not that it's not there on the web somewhere, but it just, now my public feed can't see it, right? So I can still share and be very proud of that moment, but it dissipates, and then, you know, I'm left with whatever I choose to be on my feed. So I just want to say, don't feel held hostage to.
If you're willing to post it, why would you want it to go back to 24 hours?
I don't know, it's just been my thing, like my coffee of the week, it also goes on my story. I think because I don't want my feed just completely, I post a lot. If any of y'all, yeah, if any of y'all see my stuff, like I'm pretty consistent, and I need to do that because we've gotten leads as a real estate agent, and I've got recruiting leads from it. I mean, it's a platform to be used, okay? So however you choose to do it, I mean, if you guys need to run through this course or something like that, Kyle is constantly running it. I'll talk a lot about this on the social.
This may be,
Yes.
I don't know if it's getting on a course or not, but how do you feel about paying someone to manage all of that?
Yeah,
So
so
once you get busy enough, I mean, in the beginning, you maybe be able to do it yourself, but once you're busy, it's like, you don't have time to do all that, so.
and that's where like a leverage course will come in, right? That 12-week course, because what should one of your first hires be if you're at that point? You should be doing TC or an assistant that can pick up that marketing slack. You know, so we'll see an assistant or showing assistant, hired agent, whatever. We'll see some of those little components to offer. So yeah, 100%. It's just, it's so extensive. Understand that, guys. That's why we don't want to touch it, right? Because it's like when we go, okay, under 5 years in the industry, under 10? Well, yeah, okay, so under 15? Okay. I was asking for a reason, because when we get out of school, right, you're taught to be transactionally an agent and how to keep your butt out of hot water, right? But what do they not teach you people?
Sell houses.
They don't tell you how to be a salesperson. You're like, wait, I gotta find leads and I gotta lead generate. I mean, wait, now I gotta manage systems, like it's overwhelming. And then you throw social onto it as it is just become this thing that that's what I call the white elephant. That'll probably be my whole theme throughout the whole thing is this white elephant, right? We don't want to address the elephant in the room, but it's there and it's taking up our space. And the more we let it fester and not address it, the bigger it gets and the further away from manageable we feel it is, right? So it's taking baby steps, but yes, if you're at that point, girl, 100%, you get a good marketing, director of marketing.
I'll have to add, I'm on an expansion team and we hire it all out and it loses all personal. It hardly gets any likes. It looks really beautiful. It looks like everyone else's. But somebody posted on a house I sold the other day when the seller died. Congratulations to our seller, off to better adventures. Didn't realize that my seller had died. So you lose that personal touch when you hire it out.
Yeah, if you're talking third party, I'm talking about like, but if you brought someone who's just like just your person, is only handling your stuff. Yes, but when you're talking about an expansion team, right? So you got one director of marketing that's handling how many people? Oh, you're not that big then? Well, we just said one person does that. I got nothing to say about that one, baby. Okay, so as we go through this fourth one in, you'll see social setup, you'll see stuff for Facebook, Google My Business, and things like that, resources that you guys can use, little quick things. If you haven't, again, that course that we will end up doing next quarter, we'll handle it, but don't wait. You got time? Start jumping into it, doing all the things. Okay, so post reactions. This is why I had an agent mention from the open house, why don't you want me just to post the MLS link on my Facebook page? And I said, and I was really honest, who was here at that class? I said, you're lazy. It's lazy. And so he asked for some time with me. Why did you feel that way? And like, really why? Like, he was jumping into a couple things. And I said, look, it's boring. It shows no thought process. And I'm not saying it doesn't, it's just, it feels like an afterthought. When you talk about some of these things that you're seeing and you're doing and you're watching, you're wasting time watching on Reels, okay? And you're just throwing a link up there. We need it to be interactive. There's marketing and then there's like interactive marketing, right? What does interactive marketing scream to us? I hope it's pretty self-explanatory, okay? We want to create something that's going to encourage a true engagement and interaction, right?
Like more videos.
That's what they're interacting, that's lead.
Call to action. Call to action. We can, without soliciting any business, okay, and we did this, so because we cannot do this if we're soliciting business, so understand that we made this choice to not solicit business, but it was meant to push our algorithm up and to force our social stuff because we were starting a team from the ground up. So we ran little seasonal contests, right? Like, guess how many candy corns are in this thing? We'll give you a $25 gift card. We did not capture the information. I had what you guys will learn is a lead form on Facebook. When it was done, it was just that they could comment, give us the stuff, and we would make sure obviously we had to be friends or have their information somehow if they were able to leave all that. And so that's how we ended it. It pushed our numbers, right? We had fun, we laughed, we goofed, we did all the things. Bloopers. Who likes looking stupid in front of the camera?
Like
watching it.
stupid.
I have learned to just embrace that shit, man. It's funny. And you have fun when you're bleeping anyways. Like, just, people want to see that raw thing. That's why people like, don't have your makeup be perfect. Don't be, because yes, there are some of us who look at that, no, you got a hair on the face, girl, and that eyeliner don't match the other eye. Okay, there's some of us. But the majority of us, right, we're really just taking it what that piece of content has. So, so the more that you're creating interactive and unique content, it'll drive up your likes. So one of the things that we're going to talk about in the social class that we do for this mastery course is how many of you get digital stuff for your transactional pipeline from Kelly? Just listed open house. Okay, so few of you, or you have gotten it from somewhere, created it, and stuff like that. Okay, so we post that. That's stagnant content. Okay, so then we were taught to put emojis in our things to make it more interactive, and that became boring. Okay,
So now, like, it's so easy to take that one thing, if you have it on your phone, and use it as a back screen, you know, like a backdrop or a green screen, and you literally just like, hey, you didn't know I had this great thing about this, blah, blah. Just this little blurb, under 7 seconds. Now, that just turned it into a reel. You just turned your stagnant picture into a reel. I'm gonna show you guys how to do that, but, right? So then now it's an interactive piece because, I'm just gonna ask a question. How many people are watching something, put your phone down and forget to actually close the app out in Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok, or any of that? Okay. So if you're on a reel, what happens?
It keeps rolling.
It just loops. So the algorithm tells us that if the video, reel, whatever is completely watched, that it's in our favor, right? So when we do those short ones and it loops, right? Like think of how many, I've done it a couple times this week. I just played into their algorithm. I just wanted to watch it once, but I let it go like 15 more times because I was putting my finger on. So just be super fun. I mean, Mark, you do the tips and stuff like that, you know, ask engaging questions, give something away. I mean, it's so easy. We have a lot of vendors that will supply, go have these, and what's something that you can do, or just have fun. I did the dog poop one. Okay.
I put on this morning, it's going to have white chicken chili recipes. I have 23 recipes on there. It was 4 hours ago. And my neighbor who told me she was sick, I didn't know she was sick. I was like, you going to bring me some soup? I'll make one of these. She's like, yeah, that'd be great. I tried to go to Costco yesterday, I couldn't make it. So here I get some recipes, and I'm going to, when I'm on my way home, go bring soup for the neighbor.
So you just made that connection, right? So then you're a source and you're coming from a place of contribution because, I mean, from what little I know, my guess is that was coming from a genuine place of, oh my God, let me feed you if you're not feeling well. You know what I mean? But yeah, so it happens through social, right? You check in on our friends and stuff like that too. So that, I want you guys to think about that because your post reactions, shares, and likes and comments and stuff like that are really important. Buttons, who has a business page? Facebook, okay. So when you set it up and as you go through and Facebook and Instagram specifically, it will shock me if TikTok's not eventually on there, but the meta, okay, like this back end dark world of connection. In fact, I just went in there a couple weeks ago and realized that how they changed stuff and my stuff wasn't connected the way it needed to. But anyways, so the meta kind of holds like all of your stuff, so you can do most of it through there. But it will have you set up your buttons, and these are your call to actions for your actual Facebook business page. Message me, call me, learn more. These are the buttons that we're
Set up a Zoom appointment.
Set up a Zoom appointment. There's a ton of different options. So you can add these buttons to get messages, calls, drive to website, additional lead capture, et cetera, et cetera. Because Facebook does integrate with most platforms, most of the time, we don't have to do much. It's going to feed into our CRM. No different. Who's run a Facebook ad on command? Or I'll command in here. So, good. What happens when the lead comes in?
You get notified.
You've also been in Bob and my logo. What happens when the lead comes in?
It goes right into command.
Yeah. So just, you know what I mean? So Facebook, because it's so widely used, there's a lot of integrations. So with those buttons, right? And we did learn the call to action stat says that asking them to call you, not asking, but call me gave you a much higher conversion rate than some of the other ones. Okay. But if we're going to have our phone number on there, what do we need to do? Answer it. I'm just going to share this with you because it's insight. So I have about like 2,000 potential recruits in my database right now, right? There's a program out there that says they've indicated there's no likely AI to list or any of that, like any of those sub lists. Okay. So there are programs out there because everything we do is being watched. And if not, then go find a plot of land in the middle of the thing, don't have TV, don't have any electronics, okay? Heat finders, are you talking about? The heat seekers? Yeah. So essentially, if they have done anything online that indicates that they might want to move, KW's come up with a way to put them into a list, and then we get it per our, I don't know, our jurisdiction or boundary lines or whatever it is. So these are all people that are indicating, they're all real estate agents, right? So I lead gen in the morning.
How many answers do you think I get from real estate agents?
What is your call sign? What does it say on their end? Who's calling you, your name?
Yeah, I do
All
for myself.
letters and-
Well, I mean, I've had my phone number for 15 years. It's, you know, I mean, it says my full name.
Any other agent, I always answer, no matter why they call.
Yeah, but I would say if I hit 50 to 60%, I would be surprised. And the callbacks.
They drop them off at school all the time.
No, I'm being very respectful. Like, I don't hit it until 9, because I'm a mom. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not in the office until 8:30, 8:45 anyways. So I settle in and I start my lead gen until noon, and I can get my 3 hours in, right? 50 to 60% of agents were literally hired to pick up the phone, okay? So I cannot stress it enough. Please pick up the phone. Okay, so the buttons, and then I don't remember what I was gonna have on the other one. You guys always know I have at least one good flow. Okay, as I love little hacks or little things, social to-dos. Are you stopping me? Lead source is a huge factor in your metrics of conversion. So if you do not know your source, ask. If someone calls and says, hey, Lola, how'd you hear about me? Okay, as we start to do some of like the leverage courses and stuff like that, you'll hear me talk a lot about tracking and a lot about lead sources. There are only 3 lead sources you should ever be focusing on at any given time, okay? Most of the time, SOI is on there. As you get bigger, referrals is usually on there. And there's usually some other consistent farming. I've seen a lot of different ones, but there's usually no more than 3 major lead sources you need to know. Because if you're putting all your chickens in all these little baskets, right? You don't have them all together. When you're spread out everywhere, you can't get everything that you need to each one of them, right? Same thing with like when we try to spread out too much because we're so big here, we need to really just isolate and stop trying to do everything everywhere and do everything with a few amazing things, okay, that work for us and they're converting. If it's not working, we know that we've got to move to another lead source. If it is, we know we have to dump more money into it or something like that, okay? So these metrics, I want you guys to start this now. I don't know how many deals y'all have between y'all, you know, like how long you guys have been in here, but my guess is you probably spend a week and go through your deals and isolate, make sure you know where your lead sources are coming from, okay? And I want you to start asking for that. So for Pete's sake, ask. This will help you identify what and how they got you, so you know what's working. Any questions about that specifically? And I say that because you'll get these phone calls when you start to do these social pieces or those paid ads and things like that. I need you guys to be prepped to be willing to ask the questions, right? If that doesn't work for them, and we're gonna go through it here in a minute, but you need to make sure that they're set up on something. And ask them if they know anyone, okay? We just have to ask. So now are you ghosting me? For real, if you wanted eyes on your property, and here they are, even more as you gaze, they gaze. You leave no comment. How many times have you posted something on somebody's page? Hey, happy birthday. Oh, that's an adorable kiddo. Or something, nothing, just nothing. They put it out there and then they forget about it. Okay, you got someone interacting, I want you to not leave them unread. Who's an iPhone user? I'm not part of that cool club. So apparently y'all can stalk and like see all the weird stuff, and my daughter's like, you left me on red, and I'm like,
Only if you have that setting on. I don't let people see that.
oh, yeah, yeah. So anyways, right, like just don't leave them on unread. So while you're doing the social interact, that's the whole point of it. And again, just like texting, I know we talked about that. Don't leave the conversation there. People, pick the phone up and say hello, okay? And what's our favorite checker if we don't have good numbers? Because that happens a lot with social. I was going to put that, I totally forgot. I'm thinking about it. Forward. $20. You have to get your clearance. Real estate agents are one of their, you know, allotted ones. Gives you so much stuff, but you will get a lot more bogus stuff on social, so be prepared for that. Okay, and it's not a squirrel. Just like a squirrel chasing its nut, internet leads are just as antsy. If a lead comes in, jump on the nut and run. If not, someone else will, and we'll continue to look, okay? Again, we're scrolling, it's instant gratification, we talked about that a lot. So if you do not answer the phone, if you do not respond back to them, you get that lead, you call, you text, as long as it's within our, calling time. And put them on whatever drip campaign and nurture them, stay on top of them, okay? This is where we'll see, like, who has read the MREA? I know. I said that, I'm like, I know, and I go up. Okay, I have it in my office, I've been checking my notes out, you're more than welcome to come take it, and we'll check it out, it is worth the read. Now, I am a huge,
What is it?
the MREA. So the
Million
Million
Dollar
Dollar
Real Estate Agent, there's a playbook that's just came out in the last couple months. It's like a short version.
Short version.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 4 models in there. But one of them, oh shoot, how did I just I'm squirreling. See that?
Sorry, I got you off track.
You go take a look.
Oh, look at that thing.
Oh, that's what I was going through.
Then it won't.
Okay. It's a So in the MREA, in their portion, like the lead gen pieces, no lead left behind, right? Like a new lead comes in, they have them on an 8x8. We talked a little bit about that. I don't remember what class, last class or one of them in the last couple. The 8x8 can be really intense, man, because it's 8 touches in 8 days. But why do you think we want to hit them and bombard them so quickly? Like this is a good lead source to do that with. Why? We got to get to them first, people. We have to get to them first, okay? And so if we're not consistent, then they'll do that because they're already off doing 100 million other things anyways online. Any questions about that? So we're going to ask where the lead source came from. We're not going to leave someone on unread, and we are going to make sure that we're responding in an appropriate channel. Okay?
Some people pay for leads when someone Googles something about real estate, and then that will send it to multiple ones called referral agent that we belong to.
Mm-hmm.
And we get immediate text that that person and all their information is just looked into buying or listing a house. 2 years ago, I stood a 1 in 10 chance with those people of getting an appointment. Now none, because it's so saturated. And so thousands of people will call, and I'll even say, you're going to get a lot of phone calls. I was the first one. I'm just going to let you know what this looks like. I would love to do business with you, but that's the one thing about following up. And there's always something new. I mean,
We're always going to be battling with something. We're always going to have an industry disruptor that disrupts our tech, our conversations, our listing processes. Thank you. 72 sold, 990, whatever. You want to rename the demon over here. So yes, I would agree with that. So that's why, so to go back to what I was saying, I love the MREA, okay? I do also think that it's not quite up to date, which is why I'm putting these classes on. I think we need to be having the conversation about where we're sitting now and how to change that, because it's still relevant, right? I'm sure it's still effing relevant, right? It is, but we do need to just make sure that we're moving with our times. Okay, so I know that you iPhone users are Safari, whatever Safari is. But we all know that Google's been around for frickin' ever, okay? And there's so many different facets to Google. I remember when it was so simple, and now it's its own beast and it's its own element, right? But Google My Business has changed its name. In fact, I think it just changed again, but I kept with this because it's been the most recent and everybody knows it by. Who has a Google My Business page that's verified? Okay. We have some work to do, people, because this is, and again, you want to set it up, social setup for one in, okay? I put the things that are for you. Again, we will go through these a couple times if you guys need help now. You know where to get a hold of me. So I'll leave that there as we go in. So because Google has been around as long as they have, it is our preferred in general platform. Hey, Google is now a thing. I say that to my phone, well, to my back pocket. Hopefully I'm using it, I don't know, wherever it is. And what happens, like my my little Google Home thing goes off. You know what I mean? And every other device, because it's all connected. Is that okay? So, right, so like, there's that. We're like, hey, we gotta search something. And remember when everybody's like, well, don't self-diagnose yourself on the internet, right? We do it with everything now. If I have a question, I can't tell you how many times finishing this class I went to Google last night and this morning. Probably 50 times, okay? For everything from a quote to this to that, right? So because I feel like Google really was the staple for what we now know as analytics, right? It's that tracking of what is that movement through it. This is a platform you want to be a part of. Yelp is a good one too, which I believe is more attached and user-friendly for iPhones. Sometimes they can charge you, I believe they don't now for the free account. This one is free though, and it's probably the most widely used, but same thing, right? People, Siri, whoever is talking to whatever, trying to get some voice recognition to click something on. This will be your main go-to. So I would like you guys to really work on beefing that Google page up, because when you go to run an ad, right, you still have to treat it like a Facebook or any social, right? We want to keep it moving and active and rotating. It can't just sit there. But it is a nurture game. We have to get those algorithms to work in our favor. Okay. So incoming calls, what is better than a lead calling you from Google? Almost nothing, because they do tend to be better when they do come in than if we got something off of a Facebook lead or something. So when you're driving the right traffic and calls start to come in, I urge you to answer your phone. Okay? I'm gonna get a shirt. Phone. Website clicks is another thing. So it allows us to link to our website. Now, I do know that our platform, DMC, who's on the DMC, I would like actually raising hands. Who's on the DMC? DMC?
Digital Market Center.
Oh, I've heard that.
Okay, we will be moving more towards there, okay. So.
You mean your testing thing?
The Volcan. I started the page.
Yeah, so it's it's where we have our vendors and they offer, like, they have those packages for like open house or like connecting your Google site to your command. So you get a free Google site and you can connect it to your command. So then, because Google is gonna want their site's up first before anyone else's. So you have it like masked. There's like a whole thing. I'm trying to figure it out so I can do it myself. I'm not paying $25 to do something and figure it out myself. But the point I'm getting to is what has been my big thing over the last few things whenever we do marketing, whether we're QR coding on our print or we're linking to our digital. Where does it need to go, people? CRM. Our website, CRM. It needs to go to a place that we can track, and we're keeping all of our branding consistent. Okay? So when was the last time you asked Google or you searched Google? Honestly, or you did. Yeah, literally less than like 50 or last 12 hours. Yeah. So I just
so we were talking. No, I'm just kidding.
Or like we're looking for someone, right? And we go to Google. I can't tell you how many times I'm like, let's try this at Glendale again. Right? But they go and they click on that website that's linked to our website. You can track the website clicks and stuff like that too. So you'll be able to see all that. So again, I'm going to constantly encourage you guys to have one place that you're feeding everything to. Even if it has to go through a couple channels, it always feeds back into your CRM website, whatever's tracking them. I say that because some CRMs don't have a website. And Command does. We're all Command, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay, so lead capture, like most web-based search engines, Google My Business allows you to create landing pages to capture unique leads to your mom message of the moment or business. So anyone know what a landing page is? Yes, we will dive into all this stuff, not this class, but the social one. Do we know what a landing page is? Okay. So if we do not know, it is a place that you land, and usually there's some type of form that needs to be filled out to access or gain additional information, okay? Those forms are what it's gonna pull in and allow that lead to come through and get okay? So some of these things, I did my best to get as much as I could on the social setup. You'll see those tutorials and stuff like that.
Did you put any video on the landing page?
Yeah, of course, you can make it whatever you want.
Because I understand that makes it really sticky, really organic. The more you get video, the more.
That's just because that's what we are. We just like, apparently we like to watch things move a lot. I mean, but then again, when we get older, we want to just quiet and watch the roses, small roses, and just watch the quiet. So there's got to be a turnaround somewhere. Okay, so does this make sense? Does this show you like it's going to put these leads in this way? And so you need to understand these components. Okay? Don't get scared, we'll walk you through whatever.
So at the last poll, my table decided we would all Google business each other, like,
Oh, that's
well, guess what? They all fell off.
really.
Actually, out of that group, I actually had one that a sale that I sent the link. Same link I sent them on my table, but it was a real client saying, hey, what do you think of my service? And she wrote, and that one stuck. But everyone else at the table that said like, hey, Kelly, it's been a business for so long, blah, blah, they all fell off. They did not stick to it, and we couldn't figure out why, because they all came like in a cluster, but so did my real client. So they can't really show up like that. Somehow it knows.
It just knows. It's scary, guys, how smart. The back end. Everybody, you know, like all those movies we used to watch as a kid of robots taking over, okay, so Google to-dos. Post your business, man, please. Shout it out to the world who you are. I have to say that some of the best things to do at a regular post is pictures. I don't know why, those get the most interactive stuff. Like literally, like you run this, you know, post on this, right? But you post just a picture and it goes into like a folder, right? And you're like 1,000 times more. So it will help that algorithm. I'm not saying don't take professional photos and post them. It's the organic stuff. Okay, it's the candid stuff. It's having fun. It's your human person. People are watching you. They want to know who is going to represent their finances in their next move.
I was told that if you have a video that's got you speaking on it, if you run through CapCut or captions it, and the words on the captions Google will pick up on those and drive more business to you as well. So you mention a neighborhood or real estate or this, that, other thing, and it actually boosts what comes to you.
It does. And you also have to remember that a lot of us will scroll and mute our stuff and just scroll and watch, right? So it allows us to continue to watch without having a sound up and disrupting our husband watching Survivor or whatever it is that he's doing, or, you know, whatever it is that keeps our world moving and all the things. So, okay, I guess I already touched on it. The candid pictures are a hit, okay? Fun stuff, just stop overthinking it. If it's interesting to you, post it. I mean, I'm always a fan of don't get too controversial with whatever you're doing because we do represent the public, but just have fun with it. And then exercise all the patience, okay? You have to let your algorithm build up, number one, and any leads for, especially online and stuff, they can just be a little bit more of a nurture. So it's no different than farming, right? Just gotta stick to it, put our head down and like just continue. If it's not working, tweak it, okay? Questions on this? All right. Who's done every door direct? Raise your hands. Come on, raise your hand. Okay. So,
Yes.
you have it? Cool. Also, on there, fourth one in, is how you set up your account and some of their stuff directly from USPS. Okay. I think I'm gonna have a breakout session on this one just because there's like a lot of little things with it. It's a tedious, stupid task. Like you're sitting there, unless you like crafts, honestly, then it's just.
I never learned that all that company.
So, okay, great question. Every door direct mailer. Okay, so how many of us get our mail and we pull our bills out, right? Any cards we might get, and then we go through and we toss it, that last stack of junk mail. That's what it is. Now, I just said we toss it, but I want you to put money towards bulk mail.
Right.
Like anything. you're always gonna have pieces, it's consistency and things like that, right? I know there's people in this room that have pulled business from Every Door Directs, Sabrina and Kevin. And then even after, you know, like we weren't on the same team anymore, they weren't on my team anymore, we pulled in another two. So it works, because there's a lot, especially depending on demographic and things like that, that they just put it away for later. Okay, again, it's not everyone. My guess would be those same people probably aren't seeking a lot of their information online. You know what I mean? Or through an email, right? We all have like our top presence, but this is the same thing, right? We want to take one market and do all the things. I would say, and I didn't put it here because it varies, that typically our subdivisions are between 6 to 8 on average. Sometimes all the small ones are big, you know, master associations and stuff, but sometimes we get into the 1,200 depending on how old that community is. So about 600 to 800 doors in that mailing route. So to answer your question, I went on a tangent, Kelly, is USPS, our local, you know, our post office, they have their bulk mailing. So we get it cheaper if we hit the mailing route, because all they're doing is just slide, and their packet, they're not having to sort. It's just a.
You think it's a code or?
No, you pick a mailing route. So if we had, where do you live right now? Here.
And Powell Creek.
Okay. So we would pull that, you know, probably your address. And most of the time it encompasses that neighborhood. Sometimes it can go out and cover half of it, depending how big it is. We just did West, one of those, and it has two senior ones, and it covered all. But it's a mailing route, so you go on, you can start an account, it's on here for you guys to do. You put all your information in, and then you select the mailing route, you put the address in, and you select the mailing route, and then it'll tell you, you need 784 people here. So when we order mailers from Kelly, we're gonna tell her, 784, is that what I said, 784? I'll say 790, right? Because I'll want a couple for my marketing stuff, for my listings and stuff, whatever. Or in case something happens. Then you have to bundle them by 100. The face slips up. Yeah, and there's a couple things in there. So we do get calls. Again, going back to that piece. So a mailer is going to need a very clear, prominent what people. Thank you, CJ. Huh?
Message of
Oh, a long call to action. Yeah. Yes, it also has to have a message in the moment too, right? And mailers are fun too, especially when we're farming or things like that specifically, because we can hit seasonal or we can hit some of the events that we have going on even if we're not participating. Don't worry, I'll send you the email.
Sorry.
Okay. Part smart. But I want my jacket back. Okay, so I want you to make sure, because we know that the call to action on calls gives a higher conversion. Make sure your number is prominent. If you guys want some examples, I have been collecting quite a bit of Kelly's stuff. When I did it with my other team, because she's been with me for 5 years, so she's been with every expansion team I've done, I always make my own stuff. I've never let someone else have control over marketing, personally. However, I've been working really closely with Kelly to have KW branded consistent stuff. So if you do want to take a peek and come into our office, I have a binder full of various, thank you, by the way, for your contribution. If you haven't noticed, I've been asking, can I have a couple? Because they're different versions of things that I've seen. I want to show you guys like all the things, if you wanted something constructive, that you should do that, okay? But let's make sure that your number or how they're going to contact you, scan here for more information, or whatever, it is prominent. They're not going to miss it, okay? Because of what we are with technology, this stagnant piece of mail can now be interactive. QR codes are agents' best friends with emails, right? Because the coolest thing, I remember when you used to have to go to like a site to QR code something and you go to it, right? But now like our phone automatically picks it up. It's amazing. We don't even have to do anything. It just says, oh, well, you're telling me to go somewhere, okay? So all of our print needs to have QR codes. There's no point in putting a link. No one's going to type push. So don't waste your time. QR code it on that and then link it on social or digital, because again, if we're on our phone, we can't scan and do that, but we can quickly. Okay, and then back to the seasonal and some of that. This is a great consistent piece of marketing that can ebb and flow with where we are in our market season, hobbies, education events, resources, etc. Okay? So, questions about this so far?
Kelly can also pull up, I know you can't use bulk mail then, but she can also pull up the people that are most likely to sell
Yes,
coming up.
and she'll,
Due to an algorithm. you know?
yep, and she'll put the labels on there and
That's what we do with
stuff.
our business.
Yep, you've just gotta, well, they're sticky now. So you gotta stick them all individually. Either way, you're putting some work in. I mean, it's our post office. We love them, but they cause us a lot more work. This probably could be way easier, like most of the stuff, but it's not, it's just gonna take a little bit of work. So what do? We have bundle parties. Where do our stuff, we just sit there and like bundle our stuff together, right? So it doesn't mean be tedious, sit there, watch your favorite show, binge out on popcorn or ice cream or whatever it is that you like and just do it. Okay, so that's all there for you. Again, I'll probably have a breakout session on this one specifically. Do note, this one's made all the time. It gives you the address where you need to drop it off. Okay? It is the address, the post office, it is the post office that services that property. Okay? So you can't drop it off at any post office. It has to be done at the local post office that services the property that you're sending that for. Okay, that mailing room. If not, they'll kick you out and they're not very kind. They're just so angry. Okay, which is funny because my aunt was with them for like 35 years and she's like a kindergarten school teacher. I don't know how she survived. Okay, every door directs to do. Be prepared to have your print take up to 7 days. I know I gave you guys an open house, like this is a bare minimum we can do within a week, and that was stretching it. Okay, I don't want you ever to have to fire drill more than necessary, and the reason why is because it's logistics, people. One thing goes off, it's gonna trigger blah, 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 right? So let's say we have an event that we're sending out, because we've done that quite a bit. Lucky luck, we'll just use that because that's been topic of discussion. So if I was gonna send it every door direct that I was soliciting some of my neighborhoods to come, well, I wanted to hit the day before or 2 days prior. Chances of it hitting that same day and them coming is probably nil. So I gotta think about that, right? Because postal, like, they go in early in the morning. I know this because my aunt was like my mom, worked there for like 35 years, but they go in and they sort their mail for the day. So by the time you get there at 10 or whenever they first open, guess what? It's probably not gonna go into that batch, it'll go into the next day. So if I have an event on a Friday, I don't want them to drop on a Friday. You know what I mean? I need them to drop the day before or 2 days prior to that. So we already have a fluctuating time frame here, right? Kelly, our Magnus and our marketing department is usually pretty good about the turnaround. However, especially because of the merger, and I know with the classes, I've been pushing her quite a bit more. She's probably doubled her work. She keeps sending me snapshots. She's like, I know, we'll have fun. Might need a couple more assistants. But anyway, so I want you to at least give her 7 days to have it in your hand. When we schedule it, it needs to be that day or any day after, preferably on the day you're going to drop it. Okay. So, and again, it can take up to 2 to 3 days to hit their boxes. No boxes, not boxes. Okay, so the post office at every door direct drop off is the same post office that serves the property, like I said. And be prepared to park it. Is there a return policy in it? Be prepared to package and fill out paperwork. The job is a useful tool, however, it does take a little coordination to get executed, okay? It's not the funnest jobs if you don't like that kind of stuff, but find something else multitask around doing it. You're just counting in tens and hundreds. We should really do that in our state. If not, you should not be able to see. Any questions about that? Okay. So the resource is there for you guys if you want. It is super easy to sign up and stuff like that. If you guys are like, hey, I want to order, you know, and that doesn't give you enough, let me know. If you guys are like, hey, I ordered them, now what do I do? Because you do, like, it gives you a package where you're going to print out X amount of a certain page and stuff. Let me know, okay? Me, Kyle Christian, and Kyle Gomez, and a few of the other tenured agents are there to help you guys navigate through that, okay? And Sabrina and Kevin, can I rely on you if someone had questions about EDM? They do a lot of it. Okay, so again, I didn't change the slide. Why? Because it doesn't matter where the lead is coming from, the same principles apply. We need to make sure that they're organized in our database so we can isolate and be intentional. We also need to make sure they're not left behind. So again, I just tried to get 33 touches and 3. Again, it should probably be like half of that means we at least calls. And again, this is not per MRA, I just need to give you something. I want you guys to read that book. We are probably going to do a course later on this year that is strictly about lead gen. It'll be about tracking, it'll be about jumping into MREA, any of the other things, and really, it's all lead gen, scripting, call nights, call days, things like that. It's all about that. And ideas, again, I just threw some ideas. The only thing that changes is how we're speaking to the people or what the message is that we're relaying. Sometimes they can overlap, but the tonality will always change between the two. They still need to be organized, they still need to be dripped. They cannot just be sitting there doing nothing. Got it? Okay. Let me see if food's here.
There is pizza there.
Did that give me a Oh, it is a ring. Bless you. All right, let's eat. And then we're gonna do that activity when we get back. And then we'll wrap it up with how you are gonna utilize your agent sites. Oh. Well, you mean, well, there's Blame Dot, there's something like that. Of course, yeah, no, it's this one. It's in our settings.
I need to break things one away.
It's just.
It's in our settings.
Listen to anything I say. Before that, I would have made that, oh.
It wants to come
Local fails.
I'll tell you what, I'll get my straight up.
No, I won't go to it. Okay.
Just go happy for the kids.
So you just go to command.
Oh, so you think wherever your thing is.
No, they,
My business.
unless something's changed.
What is the order? Because I
Yeah,
think
yes,
that's.
they will sprint
That's
the
what
bill
I'm
up.
When I say you share,
And it was, they were going like this, but
One time.
it's not a dress like, it won't come to your house saying,
so we're
telling Zimmerman from myself, and a choice of one, so you come.
I'm probably not here. But I'm gonna send it to you.
But it says something
Tell me
like,
what
the individual address.
If ever in doubt, beta test.
So go off the taxpayer record, so that's just somebody renters here, so really that person owns it, maybe.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go, just so you guys know, it's gonna be like, thank you.
You don't.
It'll be like,
That is
Gomez,
they share with.
Gomez, Christian. You
It's
can't go Val, like Val zero, now it's like, okay, I sent it to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Did you pick up your mailers or whatever you had for me?
They're carrier.
Now I just realized I sent you that picture.
No.
Were you like, what is she doing sending me this picture?
Oh, yeah.
What's the cost? You should just. give them
What I
that.
used to do, mailings are, I think it's 17 cents.
When did you not get it?
6,000 people live in Pebble Creek. Maybe
Well,
that's
Close everything out.
husband and wife or.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
close
had,
everything out.
probably, there being.
And then close those.
I looked at, I had one farm that was, so here was, subdivision. Here was, section amendment A. So there was a posting route,
That was
basically, carrier route, just one like this on it. So I these people.
That's not
They
necessary.
were actually in that,
It's text.
so
9 to 5,
section.
right?
That's like, that's okay.
5, 7, no.
I don't care.
You guys can call
Yeah.
But then I quit doing it. I kind of changed what I was doing, I dropped off that.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
it's going from that.
Yeah.
It's, everything that's free until it's.
Because for some reason, I can't remember
The
where it says
I'm
I'm still stuck.
They're gonna make money on spending money. They tell there's enough free things out there.
Okay, I think we
encourage
wasted
people to go out and do
5 minutes. We have a half an hour for lunch.
No, you just.
We're now. I know, I was like, oh, yeah,
But yeah, so that, but it's kind of very much really responsive. Is,
Yes, yes, I started using him, but he likes to be the person who connects us to that.
No, I remember you were saying that Sunday you kind of wanted that Monday, Monday thing, that's why you kind of brought it up.
Yeah.
Like, is it maybe about, like, hanging out downstairs, but I'm okay, I'm just trying to get
Well,
off.
50 of my neighbors, if I get a new listing, usually 50 homes down there. It's $3. I think skin in the game, I guess, so. And then I go to, Express. And then Express Company has a little sort of giant postcard that you can have your picture and your logo, and then it will, you send that address, you just purchase for $3, and with all the neighbors. That you're.
That's what I was.
Then I was out there, they're like, oh, they just sold that one, and all that was sold. And I'll do it this way too.
But everybody works on it, you go,
Say, yeah, right.
There, USPS/.
I actually just like love something for Washington. And they, it's the recipe, one of their own recipes, has their picture. And they come up with that too, so.
Yeah, I'm always happy, some of those people that.
You won't take it?
And yet, something, I had a couple of recipe cards from.
We just want to get in it front of
The 90s, because they're recipe and it's like on that new package. That's all, it's something, yeah, that's all. I don't something.
But I never can.
But it's mostly from people's sphere, and so like, I have a sphere here. It's gonna be really.
You make it up yourself?
Right.
So, last year was my first
Manual?
experience on that, I did 5 kills, and they were all from Savannah, Echo, or,
Yeah.
somebody that walked in the office.
That's good, I like that.
So if I didn't have like, you know, combo with my mom, it
Yeah.
was like, it was so much easier, so I was like, what,
So why did you stay?
right.
Well, I'm not a
Pretty
PCN
sure,
girl.
I'll be back.
Go back. But it's the.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Is it a big one?
So Kyle, I was with Kyle and Greg.
I don't know what.
You don't know. We tried to get a book of it.
A throw map.
So,
Throw map.
it's something we should talk about. It was very, very.
Are you sure you're looking for it?
I mean, that's it.
Oh, okay, he's actually, he's actually back on it.
And the board. The board shoes.
Right, you're ahead. And yet.
Is the original that one? It's part of,
Well, then,
we had this office and the bigger office. And then, the bigger office, old people, and then sideways, back in the room.
I remember that there.
I don't have one who was, she's from Alaska.
Never.
Michigan.
But so, yeah, now.
You're quite, everything's still in the. You can hear it? Oh, it's been 25. No. Oh, yeah, see, the one in special, no, you had this one's the one that we're going to shop. No, that's right. Yeah. He's right, I was like, right. No, it should be, it should be there. Yeah. Right, yeah. Do you want us to stop it constructed, or do you want me to select items? That's what I figured. Yeah, there's I'm sorry to post that, but when you I can send you, I'll send you a copy. No, there's more like that. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know get the whole one. Yeah.
Yeah, I just started the post on what they did there. Yeah. So she's like, yeah, she's been there for a few weeks. She's been around.
And so he went to Aaron, and he's like, and she did this, and she did something responsible. How dare you? I'm person. Basically, and I was like, oh, you should. As a, you can take it, right? And you have to write it up. Read it. So, yeah, but you can reference it. And so, anyways, Okay, I know where everybody's gonna get settled. I don't know how it is.
Yeah.
She was mentioning, getting on ALMC, right?
Oh, okay, the bullpen. Bullpen. You have.
Oh, Andrew,
And then the other one, get ready for that. Came in. Right. And they want everybody to control their listing. All that kind of stuff. And, right.
Do I Google this or?
So how, of course,
Put who you are, KW, that site.
still there, the guy.
Pardon?
Still there, kind of addicted.
Yeah.
Still what you're thinking about.
Long conversation about the board's training. Organized, the order for guys, what's going on, listen to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
My brother's gonna
So right at the end.
Oh, no.
Maybe just today, maybe just today. Yeah.
Bring it up a little while. Did you know they came out with all these?
Easy trails.
Well,
Trail
it
rides.
It's banana strawberry. They got like a blueberry, raspberry. I never thinking, how long is she gonna do? How do we- Don't buy it anymore. Buy it anymore. Don't buy it anymore. Don't buy it anymore. No, she said they have, you gotta be Let's do it when we can,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But it's like filling all the and this, and this is no, it looks like one.
I printed out some of the things to show.
It's kind of rich with people and online.
Yeah.
And share it, and just share it, share
We'll
your
get that one.
culture, that type of thing. All he has to do is let him go use it, but he's in it.
Yeah, had that. Yeah, that's what,
There is a $500 credit.
Show me the OURKW site. Is there like half or two?
Yeah, this is estimated,
So I have this app.
We have a gal that's still coming to my head, both he and I do, third and fourth grade.
How it say,
How
that's, URL, you can save to desktop. But it's not an app.
Oh, it's not, it's website.
Yeah, I don't think
That's
each
I
one's
just-
different.
I didn't see that, I didn't even look, I just assumed.
Like hard click, or there should be some options.
Here's,
where you can
here's
say
the
add
other
to
two
my
right
home
here. This is
screen
right.
or something like that.
Oh,
And add it
yeah,
as
this
a-
one, and you clicked it from
I
there?
think,
Yes.
it looks like clearly you were able to
I'll get out and go back.
save the icon, or that's the, did you see this right here?
Yeah.
See how I'm in Canva, it has a little canvas thing?
Yeah.
That's now become this big thing. So they probably have KW on there, and that's why when you save it, it pulls up that KW. Okay.
Oh.
That would be the easiest, and we probably should show everybody how to do that, because I don't think it gets used as much.
And I'm sorry, what is that again? Is that just on the KW?
It doesn't matter what webpage, every webpage will have like their little logo.
So being commands, you go to command and still like.
Like
work that way.
if you were, she has it saved as, on her home screen, and it has black and red KW.
Okay.
So either she saved it with that icon, or that's the particular URL icon that you can upload now to websites. Totally unrelated to what you're trying to do one. I just scroll.
So you did your training session with the other business? Oh, no, it's the girl, I said, is there spell check in Canva? She's like,
So,
okay.
when I go work at home, I'm on a very small.
She said she didn't think there was.
I mean, I've got Grammarly, but it doesn't like to work in Canva. So, but because I've got those screens, you know, at home, I took my big computer into work, into my office, so I only have that small thing, so I'm like literally like sitting here. Like, that's why, it's not better, but.
See, and I type everything in Word, maybe just copy and paste it and then.
I remind you
I
that,
type spell check.
but I'm writing and going to swap an hour.
Right.
So next quarter, or this one will be different, and then when I launch the new series, the social, it'll be fun, like, you know what I mean? How should I go 3 hours and stuff like that, so. If I told my family, like, just let me know this quarter, I swear.
And it's not that any big deal, we get the gist, obviously, so.
Yeah, I know, but I need to laugh at my, I don't like it.
Should I use something from your page?
Yeah, it's so excellent. Okay, where?
The
little red lines?
Oh, she did say it would do that, but.
Yeah, it's
so
so
fine,
fine.
she said, but it doesn't.
It doesn't let me autocorrect it, and because, you know, with my Grammarly, it doesn't let me autocorrect it.
I'm over these two.
Yeah, you said it was highlighted and put down under or something.
Every other platform I can autocorrect, it is like, right, here,
Right.
I feel like I'm able to play with it. I feel like if you run down, let me know. Mine does, but also, and I type wrong all the time. My brain goes too fast.
Yes.
And so like, I would say, yeah. They don't, so I trip and you never forget my stuff.
I think it was
Although
made
I'm
worse
worse
by
by
the time.
Where do you stop and think, of where do you stop, and when do you think?
I just,
I never stop, I never stop.
What are the takeaways today already?
Yeah, what do we got, guys, takeaways? Before we start our groups.
The mailer, tell me more.
throw it a little
You
bit
can
of
just, it'll make, 800 mailers for you, and then you know, you go along into your, you have to make sure you do.
EDM, got it.
EDM.
Okay, cool. What else?
We're talking about where our leads are coming from and all the platforms that we would be soliciting our listing.
We got religion about Google My Business.
Yeah.
We got religion about Google My Business.
Yeah, we got a little serious
It's
about it.
changing.
Well, changing, but just how necessary.
Cool. What else? Wait, tell me something about the Google My Business that you got religion about. Like, I need more than that.
Just to
We
capture.
need to set it up.
Just what it can do, function as far as incoming calls. She told us how we should be tipped.
Oh, they got a lot of lectures about response time.
Yeah.
We talked about internet leads and some of those things, and if it's not response time, then they're on to the next.
Yeah, I called, you called,
Yep,
Christina called,
everybody
before
called.
everybody called. Got it.
And every other unlicensed ISA in Arizona.
Okay, what else? One more.
That one. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, definitely with everything, identify, like when someone calls or get where they heard it, where the source, track the source. So you know
Because
what-
there's always three, and we need to know where our business is coming from, so we
Yeah.
can shift it to or put more money into it, or pull out it. One of them.
Okay, I have to hear yours now too.
It was the 10x1. I'd never heard that before.
Oh, ignites, 10
more.
likes,
Oh.
5,
Comments.
comments and 1 share.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like in my head, and I couldn't even say.
Yeah, we're really missing it. If we don't do this to this, you need to.
We're missing it and not doing business with it. Got it.
So business knocking is important, so we're good clients.
Well, the other thing you can do with business knocking is you can get them to go on your mailers with you. Tell them how to keep on, because now what? Those ones are more likely to keep that piece of mail because their coupons on it,
Because of our
Especially
local
if it's
businesses where they're eating,
within
or,
a mile, even half a mile.
I love that, like, we're working with Firehouse Subs right now to get us coupons so we can put it on our mailers, like digital ones, so we're trying to get approval from corporate for that exact same reason. Why? Because they'll probably sit there, it's a restaurant that just opened, you know what I mean? So 1,000%. You can do anything, I think that's the funnest thing about this, is just because
All they can do is say no.
and then you're left with what? The same thing you walked in with?
Okay, go on to the next one he wants to.
Number 8, guys.
Number 6. Just remember,
What you eat, you can't help.
it's just salad with vegetables on it, trying to get my veggies in for the day.
Well, I have adult baby.
Oh, I love that. That's ridiculous. Just remember, you can't do all of these things. She's giving you all the ways. You can't. How many?
Gotta do what works
3
for
or
you.
4.
3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if you focus on 1 to 2, the third one peels itself out almost all by itself.
Next year.
So it probably should be like, especially for your regions, database and live, so that's what we're gonna work on, is really making sure you have that list.
Can you say that again? Saturday
And then
what?
and then we're gonna go to farming, right, because that's free. And then, yeah, whatever.
Farming is free?
Well, the lead list, at least for us, like if we do it for Magna, so free lead list. And we can do almost anything with it. Doesn't mean that's not one. That's through MLS too, right?
Well, you're not gonna get phone numbers to the MLS, but
Oh,
yes.
that's what Kelly. She'll do that, and then Forewarn is probably my favorite.
Okay.
Skip tracer, $20. Gotta have background plans. And it's pretty accurate.
Cool.
Before one has everything except the email address, but.
Everything, I mean,
Main thing is the phone number.
everywhere they lived, infractions, vehicles,
You
everything.
had my wife's address, remember you pulled up me?
Oh, yeah.
Before I was married.
Oh my gosh.
Patch door.
Well, and then what's the other one people use?
Trip Finder?
That one.
That's more expensive.
I don't know how much it is, but I don't use it.
Yeah, I think Forewarn's probably my favorite for internet leads and all that.
Cool. Fill your brains up.
Yes. What you
It
got?
was weird that you had my wife's information, but not my ex-wife's information.
That was weird, but somehow you were connected, and I bet you there was some bill or something got attached to it that you both were on somehow.
Could be.
Because of
right.
it.
So like.
Yeah.
the username or something.
But you have to remember, all your documents right now,
Projecting it.
all your records are living. They're moving.
Just read off, you see me right there. Yeah, exactly.
So, you're there. Have you guys ever done like, have you ever heard of Family Tree? It's from the Latter-day Saints. Okay? It's a huge volunteer thing, and they put so many man hours, but you could, like, my history goes back to like 3 digits. Okay, and this is all because they've taken everything from like 23andMe, Ancestry, Grapefinder, any record, any religious sect, it doesn't matter what sect, they put it all together, right? Like super cool, crazy. But that's where I found that out. So if your parents were dead, they're still moving in a weird way, but their grandparents are nothing's moving. So if you can attach it to them, and then raise your whole
Yeah, they'll,
family tree.
people have that branches maybe like in the 15th century, and somehow you'll come back and you'll connect to them and go to about the
Oh yeah.
12th century.
So the slides that I cut off, there's a girl in there, because I got to every expansion team across the country that I've been a part of. I got to Paul Scott, saw him, Tara, Fish.
Yep.
Okay, so Tara, and David Mangum, he's an agent in our office. You can scan the family tree. Turns out we're both 10th cousins and they're 9th cousins, so it's funny how it'll let you read stuff like
They
that.
actually have an app where you hit the button and you can see if somebody can move.
Yeah, within the thing, that's what it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, yeah. Like it.
But it's all, you gotta really know how to navigate it.
Yes.
So, yeah, it takes a minute. Okay, we went off on a whole thing. Okay, so one of the things, especially as you guys start to do these courses with me, and whoever is instructing, you're gonna find that we're gonna start to have you guys do some more activities. Some of it might feel redundant, and that's fine. I've been to freshman orientation many times. However, there's 2 things, and Kelsey and I were just kind of going back and forth about it. One of the things that's been very clear from building teams and having people go, yeah, I have a sphere list, and they hand me 50 people. And I'm like, do you live in a rock? Because, I mean, without even thinking, I can think of 50 people that are in my world, right? And so, doesn't mean you have to be closest friends, bestest friends, or things like that with them, okay? But I would like you guys to, who took my other stuff? You have my other stuff. So you and Christina,
I grabbed the package, yeah.
that's perfect. You and Christina, I want you to use your notebooks, or you can split up or whatever. So we're gonna take about 15 minutes. This is one of them. It's very close to the bold. If you guys want to split them, you can do that but it's a list of who do I already know that isn't in my database. Okay. So the reason why I'm going to have you guys do this, and I probably should have you do this a while ago, but we started to interact or put some of the activities in. My guess is that you guys have more people that are willing to transact within your world, and you're just not seeing them that way. Okay. But you've heard me lecture, our database is our business. Without a database, we don't have one. And that doesn't mean us agents, it doesn't matter what industry. Your database of whatever is your business. So if that's the case, then our one thing to make sure that we are clear so that we can start working in the right way and then moving on to the next one, which would be farming. That is my suggestion because the list is free. We can text, email, social media hit, mailers, door knock. There's so much stuff because Kelly does, and Magnus helps support that print side of it. We're not paying for as much as we might normally pay. Okay, so we're gonna break off in pairs, and you guys can split them, do whatever you want. If you want to write on and split them, you can do that. I just want you to start jotting down and try to get as many as you can. And does anyone know about my raffle I'm doing right now? Everyone, raffle? Okay. So I got Wolick and Volk, who's one of our affiliated sponsors, to donate a ceramic coffee cup, right, from Starbucks, and a $50 gift card. That's prize number 2. And then the first one is, actually, let me show you, because if you guys do this, and you complete it in the 15 minutes, or I'll complete 20, or you bring it to me completed, I don't care, in the next, by Friday. I'll give you 5 tickets,
Completed by what, I'm sorry.
Friday. And I can go have Mandy make me more, if you want, so you guys all have a full packet. Do we want that? Can you just write in the packet?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me show you real quick. Oops. This thing is a little slow. I just want to show you what it is.
Is this a raffle you're doing on your Facebook page or?
No, it's in our office.
Oh,
I announced it at Morning Call.
so it's for agents, not for your.
Correct.
Okay.
This is, I wanted to see how could we do a couple things that would be fun to win, okay? And not like have it be a crazy gamified thing yet, because. Okay, you see that? So the first prize is, this is our Family Reunion 2024 box, okay? It's got a lanyard that you can put if you do events, like doing your branded, it's got a water bottle, and then it's got a pen, it's got these cute little, I guess we'll call them little notebooks or something like that. Is it in here? Oh, okay, I was hoping I could show you. It's got a little battery pack and it's got a fanny pack. It's got a fanny pack, people. We all need a fanny pack back in our lives. So this is the official Family Reunion 2024 box. I did get that for you guys while I was there. That is the first prize, okay? Second is this ceramic Starbucks and the $50 gift card. And then I have, this will go with this as well. There's one for that, but it's all like the top things, you know, some of the breakout sessions and some of the printouts and the swag that we were given when we got there. And then I got a cute little coffee cup for that as well. So that's third. Now, if you come to our team meetings or you come to my morning Joe on Mondays, you get a ticket if you do Agent on Duty, which we are opening up. So if any of you all want to do Agent on Duty, please let me know before I leave today. That is not in our market center, okay? So Agent on Duty is the front desk when you come in. You guys are blessed to have Mandy. We have each other. And we got it. And we, yeah. So Sabrina, Kevin, Deborah Worthy, trying to think who's here a lot that also is just religious about AOD. So it is Agent on Duty. Because you guys have all been to our market center, we're on a strip mall. We're right at Ontario, we're super busy. I talked, and I'm sure you heard my videos, you know, I had a buyer come in, here's a pretty cool. Can you help me buy a house? I'm not even kidding, I was like, wait, what? This shit really happening? He's like, well, no kidding you, and I'm like, my God, it's like, how?
We wish it was nice all the time. You know, it's not-
Well, okay, so that was 2 months ago. So I was, who was I sitting down with on Friday? Someone was in the office on Friday, and we were working in the training room, and it was before closing, and Kyle Gomez got a woman who came in. I listened to the whole conversation. She literally was like, can you help me buy a house? And he's like, well, yes. Help you. And she's like, cool, I need a house like around 6,000 square feet. I don't need to sell my house. I just need to get something. And like, they were there for like 20 freaking minutes, like in the front office. Deborah Worthy, the short, cute, like long hair, like she's always fantastic clothes. Oh, anyway, there's no squeezer. So she just got a listing from last week. So does it happen every day? No, but the phone rings and there's leads that come in through there. If it's dead or the phone calls or something goes nowhere, guess what? It's 4 hours that you have to sit there to work on your business, and you can see my wonderful, cheery, aggressively friendly face as I walk past you, because I love seeing someone there. Right, you're another one who's always on Agent on Duty.
Yes.
Yeah. So my goal, because I like to be very transparent, is I want to fill my office up. I really do. I love to see the faces. I love the collaboration and things like that. The second is it's an opportunity. If there's no one at that desk and we're there, we get to take it. you know, because I'm an agent. No one's there, I'm agent on duty. Okay, I don't have to leave. But you build a relationship with them there, so.
That's when Victoria called in, and then we got a listing after that.
Well, that came from Every Door Direct.
Yeah.
So you got
But
Victoria.
it started with the phone call, yeah.
Yeah, I
But it's
post two
very
buyers from agent on duty.
So it happens, and again, because whatever's happening in the market, even recruits, we've had, so last week and the week before that, before I went to family reunion, this must have been before that. For 2 weeks, we had 4 people walk in and go, can I sign up for, like, how do I become a real estate agent? Like,
Sign up
whatever.
for what, I'm sorry?
How can I become a real estate agent? It's not about getting my license or whatever. So the point I'm getting to is, it's open, you know, so if you guys, it's something you want to do is 4-hour increments, it's a sign up genius, so it'll tell you what's available or not, so I can send you all the link, but it's 9 to 1 or 1 to 5, okay? Except for Wednesdays, I'm almost always in the office, unless I have a recruiting, okay? So, so if you do agent on duty, Bryce just got 2 raffle tickets last night for his stuff. You can get 2 there. I will give you 5 to have that completed by Friday. Okay? Are they worth anything? I don't know. Is that anything you guys would want? Gift card, whatever. I'll figure out what you guys want. We'll go from there. Okay, do I need to make more copies then? Okay. So let me. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
So if you want that,
A lot of stuff that I
by Friday,
I looked one day up and down.
I will be here Friday, and also in my office Friday.
Can we email
We screenshot it.
Yeah.
I will accept that as a transference of proof. Yeah.
Some of these I don't know, or not happy. Liquor, shots, you know, pictures or whatever there too, that's all.
That's okay. That was in yours? It's usually just what I upload is in there. I don't have your stuff that you upload.
Oh.
You should do this, it's still allowed. Right.
I had to go looking for files and stuff like that.
That's probably crystal clear.
So you just fill out right on the computer.
That's it.
Why?
I thought you meant the projects.
Oh, projects?
As you said, I don't do QCN or something. Cool. But yeah, she said a lot of agents left. Oh, really?
I'm trying to think, I was confusing it, this whole surprise, but no, it was point bars.
Yeah, good, yeah.
I didn't even think about that, when that's switching, what happened to that? Didn't even think about that. Huh. Well, I know Greg and he came here, but I wonder if that's why they came here. I think doesn't connect. I had thought about that off for a long time.
Jen Sanchez came back here.
Oh, did she? If you go to the
Friday,
signatures.
Oh, then there's just like an AC company between here, maintenance, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah, you see that.
Oh, realtor.
People change.
Oh, really?
That's real short.
Pre-approval.
No.
Oh.
Oh, awesome, this is perfect. They get you your own lot.
Oh, I thought they already did.
No, he did not. Well, he said his wife was taking care of it. So by the time you guys say that's fine, I don't even know what you like from that step here. Other than the chocolate.
Because we kind of forget, you know, like,
And then by the time you find out on it, that's what it was.
um,
He's like, oh, you're.
Especially like when you join a team and then you're like, but that's been my neighbor.
And all you're doing is, you know.
I like
Jim, I don't like this.
Yeah.
But that's what my family's been
It's
is for like.
you know, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. It's not gonna be your fault.
Okay, so I'm gonna put a timer on for y'all.
Oh, it's a whole package. Oh, okay.
That's what I said. It's a-
I'm gonna give you guys 27 minutes. Yeah, because I'm gonna go through the next part pretty quick. I was gonna beef it up and then I was like, I don't know how long this is gonna take. I'll get those for you.
I just.
How about we do that and then do this and that? Cause after this, I'm gonna have to look up, like,
I know, but I want you to sit and work on it, just a little bit.
I put the name on some of these, some.
Half of them, I'm putting me so far. Who's your landscaper? Me. Who's your window? Me. Who's your garbage? Me.
Yeah, we don't, actually, I don't have any vendors that I bring into my house.
No,
My
I don't.
husband's a contractor and I do a lot of stuff
Right,
myself.
my husband's a contractor, so it's like,
You say that, but my house has been in constant construction, one project after the other, so like, I told him, I was
other
like,
people.
oh, that was another thing, so I had to like put a roll down with him like 3 years ago. I was like, cool, I love that you like to help everybody, I'm totally down, like, I don't need you home, I'm not needy like that. I was like, dude, for every 2 projects you do, I get one, finished. That paneling on my hallway for 2.5 years, that was fun. I only got a camera, and I cleaned bathrooms, the kids are not ready. I was out for a year and a half. But I get it, because you know what, I don't know what y'all, but when I go home, I don't wanna watch flip. I don't wanna watch real estate shows.
You said you do it all.
I do not. So my husband's like, when you're home, I hate watching them. But yeah, I can't, I just, it's not accurate.
It's not even
Yeah,
close.
my fiance
They gotta
says,
think some of that
you need to
bullshit.
go get a massage to get a deal.
Right? Yeah, so he's like, I want to come home and work. I'm like, I told you.
Because they're all on the massage table, talking, negotiating their deals.
So you're doing it wrong, my dear. I guess we need a massage table to be successful. Actually, I don't know if that is going to go over very well, but we'll go with that. Okay, there you go. There's your slide. So you can't see that.
I think my husband needs to stop being so handy, because the things to be on here a lot.
I know. I'm like putting an Old Republic down for who does these recordings.
Oh, that's funny. Well, then you know who your vendor list is, you know, too, like who you need. Because how many times have we talked about having a vendor list to regurgitate, give pieces away, resources, right?
Isn't there a place you can put it on your website, a vendor list? Or
On our internet? Yeah, you can submit, and like on my ALMC, I get notifications that someone submitted a vendor into the system and I go approve it. Yep. And honestly, I always recommend having your vendors, because you should be hitting them quarterly anyways, like you would a SOI or something, at the very least, right? What are you doing? Checking in on, hey, I got this event going on, would love to have you and the family there, whatever, whatever it is. Do you know anyone I should know? You know what I mean? They want that business back from last weekend's. Uh-oh. I'll push it up. All right, if we give us like another 5 minutes, we'll jump into this.
My hairstylist, her husband is in school right now and wants to join Keller Williams at this location.
I guess, tries and
How
constants.
does that work?
Can we talk to Meg?
Like
Megan,
gasoline.
sorry. Once you get to know me, I
Fires and
act,
constants.
or I reduce it down to my level. You can talk to Megan.
His name's Sebastian.
He's in school?
He's,
He's in the car.
Okay, so he's already like, he just needs Spanish.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go talk to Megan.
Huh?
Live on either side of you. One's nice. He's also Canadian. The other one.
My phone wife is a realtor. Yeah, I use for phone.
I do want to free some smoke.
You gonna do it? Tax, what's that?
No, I want to create some more bags for cops.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot, Sabrina, do you have, obviously you have Cox connections.
I do.
So,
I'm like a 5-year-old sometimes.
you're not making it hard for me to not be one. So the conglomerate things, maybe there's something we can do with them too, you know, APS Cox, like with.
Yeah, I'll ask about it.
Yeah,
For sure.
and throw it out there. We've got APS for it. Name drop.
Let me see what I can
I mean, not like you're sleeping on.
do. Why am I sending my husband a message to cops instead of Kevin?
Oh my gosh, I can't take you. I love you. All right, we got like 2 minutes. Did anyone write someone down, you're like, oh, I didn't even think about that? You did?
Yeah, I go to the Dano office for years, so I'm pretty sure they've been putting my flyers in their cards.
Let me introduce more brainstorming. I'm not very, that's not a kid, so maybe come up with some.
But you know people that do?
Yeah,
I mean, you know what I mean? Are you an uncle?
What's that?
Are you an
I got a
uncle?
lot, I got a lot.
There you go.
I got a ton of them. At least, maybe more.
You know, and two, I would call my friends, you know, and I was like, hey,
Even your board ones?
would you put my stuff up in your office?
Your board
You know, or
ones,
your
I
big.
get with them too.
You know, one of my best
Seven.
friends works at Honeywell, because I just put all my stuff onto the bulletin board. You know what I mean? Like, again, if we don't ask.
Yeah, that's what the lady did at the restaurant I was at. She's like, well, we probably can't leave them out, but I'm gonna put them where all of the servers, and the wait staff and everyone can take one. So she's like, give me a handful. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Local, right?
And if the answer is no, great, thank you.
Yep.
Your kids.
All right, 60 seconds, please. Wrap up what we're writing. And then I will expect your homework in my inbox on Friday.
That's what's right.
Okay. So as we get to this last part today, we have a lot of really the tea before the end. Like dyslexia maybe? Don't worry, I'll be on top of them and not writing them as I'm like, hours before, so like then I'll have to proofread. Anyways, agents and agent sites, okay? The activity you're most avoiding contains your biggest opportunity. That was in the beginning, and I'm gonna put it right here because I have recognized and had quite a bit of conversations with even tenured agents that are afraid to have the conversation with the agent on the other side. What? Yeah. I don't want to be that. Like seriously, like just to ask simple questions that would be vetting how they could make a win. Other than the standard boilerplate, got a contract? No. You know what I mean? And yes, I know there's some of us that are like, but wait, what about this? What about this? What about this, right? Not everyone's like that. It's somehow like, I don't know what the stigmata, I'm still trying to figure out why it is that we, some of us have not. But there are some that have like that hold up with jumping into the agents and really having, and almost having like the lead.
I think some agents are just assholes though too,
Oh, that's what a lot of them.
Want to deal with like,
I mean,
so much people.
What's,
I don't care, you can bring it up, dish it back.
yeah, no, 100%. I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just.
But if you're someone that's not kind of person.
It's kind of Darwinian out there, so you have to have something.
Yeah. Well, we're going to talk a little bit about what some of those things look like. Okay. How many of you know your MLS agreement?
No, what?
Or what? Did you say no one?
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I said, how many of you know your MLS? I thought you said no one. I was like, oh.
I know it, but you said very well. There would be a no to that.
I feel like I stalk it daily, that's my hobby, so I feel like I know it pretty well.
It's because it probably everyone on Facebook on your phone.
So know what it can do. It does a lot, but people don't
It
realize.
is so extensive. I mean, I'm surprised at it being one of the oldest programs and platforms that we've used, that we don't have like a natural, better understanding of it. So with that said, has anyone ever heard of reverse prospecting out of your listing in your MLS? Okay. So because I'm not going to train you on all the nitty-gritty to-do stuff, that is for someone to help you with, whoever that is, or I have given you the resources. So back to our handy dandy notebook. Anyone remember Blue School? I should have. With the big spiral and a big old pen. Okay. So on here, you'll see agent sites. Somehow I missed to see, well, we did go through sort of prospecting with those scripts and stuff there. So agent sites, you'll see when you scan it that I think it starts with MLS. So you'll have like the video for the reverse prospecting. But there's something else in there too, not just the reverse prospecting. It's how while you're on the phone, you can get the other agent to pull their MLS up and go into this little spot, right? And it shows you on there, and they can pull up that list. Put the MLS number into this little section, and it'll pull any client in their database that would fit that homes criteria. So you can take it one step further, okay? So that link is the first one on the MLS one, the Flex MLS. So creating So under agents, when we reverse prospect, we put a listing on MLS, and all those analytics on the back end, we can go in and say, hey, pull anyone who has looked at this property on the MLS. Well, it's not going to give you their names, because if they're in the MLS, chances are they're what? Represented, right?
So it'll give you the agent's contact information, name, phone number, email, all that stuff, okay? If we know that they have clients that are looking, just haven't booked a showing or anything like that, but are MLS is saying they have looked, saved, or done something, and we have the agent's information, who should we be lead genning?
We should be calling the agent.
Who's done, any of the 72 soul training? I know, there's some of us in here. Okay, I know I've been pretty vocal about my stance on 72 Sold as a whole, but specifically around, there's 2 sections in their program. Copy nice. So there's 2 sections that one of them is steering the seller. It is steering. And the other one is during their counterintelligence against the buyer's agent. They are asking, not asking, they're kind of forcing them to break their confidentiality duties, okay? Now, shame on the buyer's agent for disclosing something that should not be disclosed, right? We can disclose anything that the buyer or seller is what email says we can, but in that case, right, it's one misstep and all fixed. I say that prior because there are some certain points in their marketing piece that is good, and that is, you know what, you should be having that conversation with your buyer's agent that has looked at your property or whatever, and finding out what they can tell you so that you can better understand their buyer's needs, and maybe they correspond with each other. Maybe they don't, who knows? Not asking you, nor should you ever do anything that would cause you to act in a way that could cause someone else to break any of their duties to their client. But you can ask and they can tell or not tell, correct? Like, it is, nothing says we can't share closed listing numbers with people, or if we're like almost under contract and stuff like that. Yes, unless the seller says. But how many times has some of us tenured agents called a pending listing that A, they're writing a contract for, and or taking a listing to see where they're sitting because comps are so hard, and the agent does what? I'm not giving you anything. Unless the seller has dictated that you're not to give it until it's closed and it's public record, you disclosing those numbers means nothing to you, to us. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't do anything to you. But they'll do that, right? So like, I think that's maybe where some of it's coming from too, is just that reluctant to, but that's all gonna be public knowledge anyways, like, why aren't you just gonna share it?
I think in case it falls through and you have a buyer, then they know.
I usually try to not ask for exact, but just say, you know, can
Oh,
you give a
well,
ballpark?
Even that they, again,
So,
I think that's
like,
maybe 5 to
10%.
10% will.
Yeah.
Everybody else is not, like, I don't need you to give me specifics, I just help you understand so I can make the best, choice I make for my client. Or help my client make the best choice. So anyways, so when you reverse prospect, right, I mean, maybe I should come up with a script for it around that or something, but it's really just asking them if, seeing if their client's interested, if there's a way they could be, how can we at least get you to see the home in this case, because they haven't seen it, they're just looking at it unless saving it, viewing it multiple times, whatever is causing it to trigger it, okay? And then the other piece to it was, when you do reverse prospect, you're having the conversation, and I'm telling you, it's so quick, so just watch the video, it doesn't take too long, I'm not gonna be able to, So this piece, agents give more, right? While you're on the phone, and like I said, I'm not gonna go through it, I want to, but I'm not going to. But, they can search this, like I said, this thing, and they can pull that MLS, put it in, and then pull up any buyer in their database that could fit. That then serves that agent to go, hey, I've got this house that fits all these clients' needs in my database, my MLS CRM. They didn't even know that too, right? So there's a way for both of you guys to win on both sides of that reverse prospecting. And who's ever heard of a reverse offer?
Heard of it.
What does that say? What does that mean to you when you hear reverse offer? Okay. I know the answer.
hey, somebody's come in and they looked at the property 3 times, 2 or a couple of times of your listing, you could send them an offer and say, hey, are you willing to buy it from us?
Yeah.
As a listing agent.
As a seller, and seller's listing agent, 100%, you could give them an offer with your terms and conditions and give your buyer, a potential buyer, an offer. Okay? I've got a couple things in here, okay? Some do's and don'ts. You can write a buyer's contract purchase agreement, you can write a reverse offer, same thing, right? But the thing is, not many people do this. It's not something we want to shoot out right away, right? Why? Oh, I'm gonna go through mine first. Yeah. They're both gonna fight though. So let me go through this first and then we can go through the reverse offer piece. But no one's doing it. And if there's reasons why we would need to do that, if you went to a listing thing and said, no, we can also do this, and you're like, don't worry about us sitting on the market. We have contingency plans in place for A, B, C, and D. This can be C or D, you know what I mean? It can be in your tool belt. Who's scheduled and a showing on a line still? Okay, food. Actually, I had to put their showing instructions and stuff like that, your showings on there. Yeah. It's taking a minute for everybody to navigate, it's a little bit touchy. I know I've had showing time as long as it's been here, so like the thought is not having it. A line's not my favorite, but it's easy enough, I guess, to navigate. But, so they don't have as many videos and some training and stuff like that. I feel like it's definitely someone who needs to get in and just monkey themselves all up in the system so we know what we don't know. Like I know you can put your map in of your showings and you can map it out for your showings and provide that to your client, so it's already got it on a thing. I also know that if it's an off-market deal and it's not, or it's a new build or something like that, it will not show up on there. Found that out with Courtney when we were working through that. So it's got some little tweaks and stuff like that, but that is our showing thing. Because whatever was the low showing time, whatever the okay, so with that said, right, we can go right back to our talking to our buyers agents about what it is, you know, that they need with that feedback, right? Like we get the feedback. Sometimes it's a material fact that just doesn't work. Okay, I need a big closet. That's not even enough for all of my clothes. Okay, could they build one on? Yeah. Husband doesn't have dirt under his nails, and we're gonna have to hire someone, and that's just not feasible. We've got a baby. Who knows? I'm just throwing spaghetti at the wall. Okay, but that feedback, I would be hounding your agents that show your property for that feedback. Why? Because you want the conversation with the agent, you want to find out how you can make it a win-win, and at the very least, our seller understands the position that we're sitting in. That's beyond our control, right? So we can go to them 100 times. You know, I told you guys light bulb story. Even with feedback, still didn't want to until it just couldn't do what it needed to do. But it does help you set that tone, right? So we want to make sure we're going back to it. So, and then, again, talking about the combo, we really do want to understand as much as they can, not they're willing, that they can share with us about their buyers so we can try to make it win. Now I'm going to share a story with you, Kevin. You can appreciate this because I had you work this deal. Very close friend of mine since we were 15. Amazing human being. She took on some amazing feats, becoming involved to her second cousins who lost their parents. Wasn't mom, became an instant mom. Can't be any more proud of this human. I say that because we learned to love our people, which just happened to be someone I grew up with too. So I was the VP of the Good Life team at the time, and so when I was doing the teams, I usually run my deals with some of the agents and have them help me. So Kevin was my agent on this deal. So he could speak to what this was. So who came to J. Joseph's thing yesterday? Okay. If you missed it, I'm so sad. He's one of my favorite people. He's fantastic.
I learned a lot yesterday. It was very good. So
I've never been an appraiser that's willing to sit down and show you how to work against and with them. honestly. He's pretty fantastic. If it wasn't for him and the solar piece, honestly, that I had sat next to class like years ago with, it actually played a part in this, so just haven't had him in the office. Anyways, okay, so, remember we talked in the beginning when your friends don't use you? That sucks really bad. Okay, this was one of those friends, and we were close, like really close. But her boyfriend, her boyfriend, by the time this happened, he had a friend, they wanted to use a friend, I wasn't even gonna fight with it. So they lived in the house for 4 years. Unforeseen circumstances caused her to become a single mom, okay? And she could not stay in the house. It was not safe for her and the girls. And so she had to move out, and we needed to get this house sold ASAP. Who's pretty familiar with Surprise? Anyone go out there? Anyone truck around?
I do occasionally, but I'm not very familiar with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Surprise, especially in the way that they curved it, and Pure in the way that they built it, there's a lot of desert out there, okay? A lot of open land, and we tend to go out, right? So 163rd and Jomax.
Oh, I'm familiar with that area. So is she.
Yeah, so we've got like just south of that, Asante, Fulton, have the two other best friends of their parents in those houses. But these were just north of that, and beautiful community, you know, little community right by the school. Like literally you could throw a stone at the grade school and that's all, you know, younger families and stuff like that. So we took the listing because we needed to get it done. And we listed in, I feel like April or something, because what happened that May was the interest rates dropped, or rose. So our buyer interest dropped, it was like overnight, like it was just night and day. Well, what happens when that happens, we have seen is rural, outskirt, little suburban towns, as well as higher price points will take the first hit. And it was immediate. So then we're also contending with all the new builds out there, okay? And they're slowed down because everything else is slowed down. Oh, we have another little problem on the house, despite the fact it's cute, it's been updated. She did a great job staging, keeping it clean, all the things. It had to be solar. Okay. So what we know about lease solar, right, is that even if it's being leased to own, it offers no value. In fact, I will tell you more times often than not, it lowers the value. If it's owned outright and all the things, there's a little bit more benefit to it, right? So I'm telling you this long winded story for a reason. So now I've got this emotional human who's very close to my heart, my family's heart. We can't get this house sold. Kevin, we had it for 80, 90 days.
Yeah, we
had it like 4 months.
Yeah, we had to re-up, remember,
We did.
Yeah.
You're right, we did. We had to re-up because it had expired because, again, before we took the listing, things were still flying off the shelf. Then we take this listing, I'm sitting at 4 months. We're sitting at 4 months, okay? We would have showings, the feedback. We had Magnus, a broker tour, and we got best on tour. Like we social, we did it, we prospect, we did all the things, and we just couldn't get it sold. So we lowered it a little bit, but she didn't have much room. Not have much room. In fact, she still took a hit by the time we were done. So finally, I was like, what do I do? I'm like, I'll reverse prospect again. So I did it for 3 days with the same 15 freaking people. Or my showing feedback, that was my feedback, instead of doing both. But every day I had to find someone. So I got 3 out of how many, I feel like out of I had 3. I had 2 yeses and a maybe. And then that dwindled down to just my 1 yes. And so when I dug into it, I'm like, don't share with me anything you don't need to, but just help me understand. You've looked at the house. Did you like it? Tell me, really tell me what it is that caused you to walk through the door. And so they shared with me. And I said, well, whoops, I don't understand what would stop you from making an offer. And she goes, well, we would have to come in at this.
And, my buyer didn't wanna disrespect her seller. Unbeknownst to her, because our seller asked us not to post in our public or private remarks, is that she was willing to go slightly above that. So had I not called her, I would have not known. And I was like, okay, well, let me talk to my seller, I'll get back to you. We might be able to make something work. I'm not sure, let me just go see. Well, we were able to close the deal. Okay? And she's like, had you not called me and hounded me, I would have never, because we didn't want to insult her. Well, guess what? They had no idea because I couldn't share that information with them at the time, that my seller was willing to do such. But if I wasn't willing to hound them any way I would hound any other lead if I was trying to convert it, I needed to find a buyer for me. And we did, okay? Not every story is gonna be that way, but I'm just using that as a good example because it's on personal stuff. And have the conversation in bed with what they can share with you so you can try and make it win-win. Was it the best deal for my seller? No. Was it the best deal for the buyer? Not necessarily. But it was a win-win. And it was a lose, not a lose-lose, but you know what I mean? Like everybody had to give and take. We were able to get it sold. But the conversation had to be had. Okay? So I'm gonna bypass the reverse thing and we're gonna go straight to slide 1. Any questions before I go into this? So reverse offer, a seller making an offer to the buyer on their own property, what? So we're doing the buyer's job too? No. It's an offer. So seller, these are the things that I need you guys to be aware of, and maybe we have like a little mini breakout session or something like that around what it looks like to do a reverse seller and give you guys a couple of like, I don't know, case studies or something like that that we could write around. We talk a lot about the expectation in the conversation, but I will tell you that if we're sitting here and we're probably gonna make a reverse offer because we're not seeing the traction, we can't reduce, whatever. No, they're not gonna get full price offer. Okay, that reverse offer is gonna have to be, not cash back low, but it's not gonna happen, you know what I mean? So there has to be that expectation. So if the house is listed for $450, and you know, and the seller have talked that his bottom line is $400, okay? A $15,000 wiggle room. But he seller says, well, but let's write it for that. Well, if the buyer comes back and negotiates anymore, guess what you just did? Stuck your foot in your mouth, because now you just negotiate all of it right the first time. Treat it the same way we want them to counterbalance. They can still do the same, okay? Second, because we've seen this as well, there needs to be an expiration date. Sometimes I'll leave the acceptance date open to give them time to think about it. Not necessary, unless they're like, hey, they're out of town, they're flying, we need a couple more days, that's different. But like 1 to 2 days, okay? You know I'm not big on fear mongering. I don't think that you need to cause fear. But creating and setting a tone of safety or scarcity is fine, like, because it's not. If someone else came in, it wouldn't be there. I'm not saying you're going to lose it, it's just this is a time period you have. If they want the house that's still available, what is the buyer's agent gonna do? Write a contract. Just have another contract. And start the whole cycle all over again, okay? So, and we don't want to hold the seller up either. We don't, because the seller's gonna give hopes. And we wanna turn, burn it, and move on to the next option if it's not gonna be better. Okay? Dom. If you have a Dom curse all up in your numbers, this is a great way to combat these head on. Seriously, how about this for a hand? I'm not actually handle it. So days on market. Let's talk about this for a hot minute. As a listing agent, it affects our numbers. Okay? And it affects I almost want to say it affects the health of the listing in a way. Because do we know, we've gone down, we've done price reductions, it's been sitting there. We know our 4 Ps, does anyone remember them, the 4 pain points for listing?
4 Ps.
4 Ps.
Price, promotion.
Price.
Marketing.
Condition.
Location.
Great job, guys. Love it. So if we know that to be the case, right?
3 out of the 4 you can control.
Location
Location you can't.
But
Location you
location
can't,
can't, right? But, so if you know that you've taken those things into consideration, right? This is when a reverse offer, I would be looking, going, hey, we're gonna submit an offer, you know, we love, if you're still looking, whatever, reverse prospect, showing time, stuff like that. That would be a good reason to have to move the house, like that. If it's not moving and it's still been, I don't know, under 3 weeks, the seller has got to get out. Another good way. I mean, we have a ton of other options too, but we have to think how do we can work with the people that have actually shown some interest in the home. And then again, I want to go back to, if we have contingency plans in place for anything that might happen, and we go to the table to get a listing and go, no, we've got a plan for that. This is how we're gonna combat it, this is there too long. You know, I mean, that's why you and I have to be clear about our numbers and what your bottom line, what you're hoping to, and what would be best case scenario. So I know what I need to work with in case something happens, and market, you know, tells us if we're right or wrong. We don't get to determine that, okay? So I need to have my wiggle room. And then always, sometimes it feels like it might be in the buyer's best interest, but understand that they don't know what they don't know. We always need to go for a double, okay? So I just want to make sure that this is not for one side to get taken advantage of over the other one. It's still meant for a win-win. It's just understand that what you listed it for, chances are if that gets accepted, it's not going to get that list price or your price reduction or whatever. It's going to be a little bit lower. What does this feel like to you guys? Especially having written purchase contracts, because I can account for quite a bit of you that have written purchase contracts that you shared with me or have been a part of. So I'm representing the seller, and I gotta write an offer for my seller to give to the buyer, and that's not my job.
It makes sense if it's not moving.
It's your job to sell the house. Right, it's your job to work as best you can for yourself.
Give the rest of
If
the
that
house
gets
over.
the house sold, then
And it's ethical.
I know there's a difference, but I mean,
There's
in a way, I mean, you do counter offers, I mean,
Well, what's it, tell me what, okay, so when you say it's there's a difference, tell me what that, help me understand that better.
I mean, in a way, maybe not, I mean,
If we have read, is that popcorn?
yeah.
are you using the same forms, the same contract? Okay.
It's a purchase agreement, it's our
You're just
AAR.
putting, okay.
Seller signing first.
Right.
That's all.
Right.
Same thing as if you wrote it for a buyer. Just, seller, what do you want? What are you willing to go in?
Right.
Here's your bottom, let's meet some more, or it's not. Okay.
I had 2 reverse offers verbally. At that point, we weren't interested in the property at all, but I understood why they came back, and yeah, they dropped it.
Which house was this?
Troy's.
It was Troy, the
And,
first one or the second one?
The one that was
With the well?
on the well, they were one of them, and then there was another one
Yeah.
that we really lowballed because the property was just, it was like, okay, you can do a lot with it, it's horrible.
So let's go back to that real quick. Dawn, worst nightmare. What is it for a buyer's agent?
They're
Could
best
be-
things, they're
could
thinking,
be
oh,
good.
you know what, this is a good
Could be
thing.
good.
Because we
You
can
know,
actually want
realize
to discount
that.
it if it's sitting there. Our
Yeah.
first thing is crazy seller, crazy condition, crazy agent. One of the 3. So it works both ways. So, but you guys didn't accept it, but you got a verbal, right?
Yeah, I got 2, yeah. And it was like, oh, thank you. At this moment now, we are not interested.
Yeah.
If something changes, I'll definitely get back to you.
So again, I would just, you know, maybe we need to practice it or something. It's a great tool. I don't want us to miss it, especially if we have written purchase contracts. It's the same gosh darn thing. Okay, we're just switching who signs on what line on the bottom and what side of the page they initial. That's all that's different. Okay?
Spoonful of sugar, I mean, from a human standpoint, people want to get on with their lives. So, you look at this situation, you say, yeah, this is gonna be painful right now, but what do you want to be 5 years from now? You don't want to be stuck in this.
And again, tell her that she would be super beneficial too in these to give a couple scenarios of what it looks like at their lowest, what they have to, you know, to be comfortable or what their ideal would look like. You know what I mean? And there's tons of them, they can be constructed. I just shared my Stratton one with them that had a tiered breakdown, it needs to be rebuilt, but, Magnus has one that you can plug and play on the website. We've used that one over, haven't we? I think so, I think we've used Prism's one. So there's a ton of things, that's also another great thing to support this piece of it. So, okay, we're actually gonna end here pretty quick. Yeah, I know, they are the enemy, I understand that. But Zillow, Realtor.com, Twilio, any of those third-party sites that we can have our accounts, attach our licensure number or whatever. Zillow's license, I believe they take our license number in order to link it to our stuff. I do want to tell you that I've been working with them for a year to try to get them to call me back because I have 3 profiles and one that I can't log into is one that's attached to my license. And I have called every number I can possibly get a hold of. If you're not in the agent or Zillow Premier, it feels like it's impossible. I have said every form of communication. I'm saying that as a caveat. Yeah, I did finish that one. You guys all came in. But anyways, this is where a majority of our sellers or buyers and stuff that are online are going to be searching. It is predominantly the site that they know they can go to and search, okay? So we have a profile on there that's free, okay? It's linked to our licensure number. It should be pulling your IDX feeds of your listings into it. Sometimes you have to manually do it. But again, our profile is going to be viewed. Those properties are going to be viewed because they don't update the same way that MLSs are pulling from MLS. So how many times a day does MLS update? I feel like it's every 12, 15 minutes. It's something ridiculous like that. Okay, Zillow can go anywhere from like 3 days to a week. You know, some of those third-party sites. I'm sure Zillow's much better now, but this, you know, again, and then you're dealing with okay, tech stuff. I get it. A direct integration means this system, Zillow, is going to talk to the MLS. Okay, but I need, but it doesn't. There's no direct integration because MLS won't let anyone. So they have to use what we call third-party bot. Okay, so it's a syncing bot, a program, nothing to do with either company. Guess what? One of those 3 goes down for anything, maintenance, glitch, everything's messed up. Okay, so because of that, their stuff is usually not as accurate. Okay. But I do want to encourage you, I gave you the resources for you guys to, if you don't have your Zillow actual free account set up, and make sure that your listings are transferring over, you can do fun things like advertise your open house. People are looking there all the time, they get in our Facebook groups and things like that. We used to have to go in, that was part of our thing, like back in the day, I say back in the day, like a decade ago. And we would go in and put our, you know, we didn't have an open house feature on MLS, so we would just have to go in and put it everywhere. Sharing, you can get reviews there, you can share directly from there, and share from your profile, which would cause people to go back to it. And then as much as I hate it, I love estimates. Because you can spin it in any way. I think the house is worth $450, assessment says it's $500. See, this is why it's a little shit and you need to use me. You know, it comes in under and I'm coming in over. That's why it's a little shit and you need to use me. We're never gonna say that to a client, but agent to agent. Or it's spot on. See, guess I was right. Okay, so just use it against them for you. Use that to support you however you guys need to. I think that's all I have. Yeah. I was gonna do more, but then questions?
It doesn't have to do with today unless someone has a question.
Shoot.
Last class I was in, there was someone that was here and they had a listing that was coming soon and they were gonna do an open house. And you said we had to check with Wednesday to see if you can put open house on MLS when it's still under coming soon. Do you know?
I do.
You don't know.
That answer was never brought back to me. By the way, probably 9 times out of the 10 when I'm like, bring that answer back to me so I know. Yeah, the answer. Yeah, because I just want, again, because they didn't used to have coming soon. We could do it, and we could say coming soon and not open for showings until this date. We could have riders and stuff like that that said it, but we had no limitations. But because of that, when you talk about it, that's a public, right? So the open house, or the coming soon says you can solicit within your market center, your sphere, that's it. You can't go outside of that. We do an open house, we're going outside of that, so it makes me feel like that. Because then you're holding offers, and so I do think it breaks the rules.
I would think so too, because
I just don't want to, like,
open
say.
houses is not coming soon.
No,
It's
that's-
open.
It's an active
You
prospect.
can,
Right.
you can show your house during coming soon.
Yeah.
You can show the listing.
Well, yeah, because you're gonna have
Right, but
agents
you
contact you.
solicit it and stuff like that.
Well, you are when it's on the, I mean, you can still see it on the MLS.
No, I know that, but I thought you weren't even allowed to do public showings.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, you can.
I've shown houses and they're coming soon. We even put an offer in when it was coming soon.
But I think the open house is different than, I think what you're
That's still
talking
different, because
about.
that's a private one-on-one, and
Right, because if an agent calls you because they saw it on the MLS coming soon and say, can I make an offer? Of course, sure, yeah.
they're privy to that. It's so much different than the open house. because
Right,
that
open
is
house
all
is-
public.
So you
Even
have
if you
a
didn't
sign-
solicit public.
You have a sign in the yard.
No.
coming soon.
You can. You can, if you put a sign, if you put any marketing, sign included, you have to have it up within 24
But
hours.
it is, it's in the MLS, it's coming soon.
No, it has to be
Active within 24 hours.
Go to jail.
I'm sure there's a lot of rules.
Let's
that
talk
we
to
don't
Kyle.
know, but-
Yeah.
And if, when's future broker,
Because
I'm
we've
gonna go
come
back to
through
the same thing I
riders,
clearly
you know,
went to last
like-
time. There's some conflicting information, and
So it's coming soon riders to put on our sign.
When coming soon started, you could have it coming soon for 30 days.
can.
You still can.
yeah,
But
you can still
then-
do it for 30.
But don't you have to activate it once the sign and things go up? Yeah.
If you,
I don't know.
Yeah.
if you market to the public, it's supposed to be live within 24 hours from what I understand. So, let's just ask Kyle, you guys ask
Yeah, I wanna
Wednesday.
know. I mean, luckily.
I expect us to come together next week and find out what that, because that's a big one.
I was just curious about that.
That's big, because we all know that there's agents and people out there looking to, you know, like that horrible person in the HOA that tattles on everyone. There's us out there. Yeah. So let's just not give them reason, right? That's why we have a broker in place, that's why I'm not gonna say. Okay. Do you feel like you got something out of this? Okay. Are you shrugging at me, sir?
No, I was thinking about, I was thinking, maybe he was gonna do that.
Okay, next week, be prepared, because we are going to be talking about PDAS.
Talk about what?
PDAS. Facebook command, Google, Instagram, and other things. We're not going through lead sources. We did that in the very first class. When we talk about actively soliciting and doing that. Demographics, you know, I don't know if you guys know some of the sources we have in our MLS to be able to, our command to go, okay, if I'm doing this, how many people are coming from other places, right?
Okay.
So we're gonna talk a little bit about how to market that way,
Have to add it.
okay? And use our command and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Our Facebook ad.
And then I tend to make this small, Google or whatever.
And then social first.
Yeah.
We rotate it. Any questions? Okay, so I mean, please, I walked late. I think Mark and I said maybe 20 miles in 3 days to Vegas, so I'm still sore. Don't make me get on my knees. So I'm gonna.
I love that you printed it this way today.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
this is what I.
That's what's my takeaway for her.
So I've been doing this with Morning Huddle, or Morning Joe, to put all the things, and they're working on that. So I was like, okay, cool, I think I got it down. Now this needs to be it, you know what I mean? And then I'm not having to recreate a different piece, I can just change my stuff and plug and play each one. Okay, so as a reminder, 12-week year, please sign up and take your spot. If you have anyone who wants to, they don't necessarily need to be in real estate.
Your spot for what, I'm sorry?
The 12-week year with Brian Moran on the 27th. I think I did change that date in the sign thing last night. Agent sites, okay?
Are you sure it's the 27th? Because when I was checking emails, it
She said
showed
27th or 28th, she wasn't sure.
We were told the 28th, but, and we went to go look reserve in Peoria. Turns out they had, someone else had booked something and it didn't go over, so then we just found out late last night that the 27th at reserve. Okay, I just don't know what time yet, so be flexible. Normally, this is like a 8-hour class, he's reducing it to 4, because we told him that we are all apparently way too fidgety to sit there for 8 hours learning our goals. Okay, so agent sites, in case you need any of that, if you're missing something, you're like, you can't find this, let me know. Scripts, I just put a whole bunch together, make it, throw it in chat GPT, make an app, put your own spin on it. All your social setup, if you know someone who would love to do this, I know we're getting to the end, but we are going to be doing some of the most coveted classes that we're kind of pushing off, which is all the social stuff. Okay, it's what everybody's kind of waiting for. Clearly, because you guys want that course next. If you need some time with me, okay. I will tell you, the address is going to the Starbucks that's between Meg and I, because that's how it was set up, but I'm not using it that way, so I will send you, if you book time with me, you'll see one come back with the correct address in Northeast. I prefer to meet there as I have on my groups. And then please, maybe you have some wine. I don't care to give me feedback.
Oh, I did it before you offered the wine.
I have too much wine in my office, and I don't drink wine, or at all. Okay, but I would really love it, and I'm serious, you guys, I think you all know me pretty well now, I love honesty. I want to make this better for you. So if something was redundant, not useful, I missed something, you loved it, you hated it, I don't care. You tell me my face more, but, I'll take it past. Deal? Okay. I enjoy the crap out of you guys. I'm gonna set you free. Go get your business, and I will see you on Friday. Your homework and then I'll be here for the recap. Then I'll be in my office later. So I'll be a little I know you guys are leaving me this week.
Thank you, Rachel. Have a good one, everybody.
Yep. Bye, Lovey.
Yep.
Let me know if you need anything. Michelle, you and Javier are gonna reschedule.
Oh,
right?
we will, I just don't know when.
I really wanted to know.
Might be out of town next week, then he's out of town the next week. We have a lot right now with our kid. They just have a lot of precautions, so.
That makes sense. Okay, just let me know.
Okay, we'll look at your schedule again, but last time
It'll
we
be
got
all
it, we just couldn't do anything.
No, it'll all be fixed. I got like 9 days going in.
And I thought it was weird when I made that appointment and Brad's like, well, she's not in Vegas. And I said, well, I don't know, or she's here, it's open. The appointment.
I don't remember what happened. I think it was the day before, like late that night, and I went to go to my calendar. And, because I had it as an all-day event, so I think that's why it was open.
Okay.
Like it just said this is happening, I should raise time block it. And, so then I was like, wait, no, but I can't. So then I was like,
Definitely.
then I had to like reschedule. So just let me know.
Okay.
Thanks.
Or, okay.
Instructions.
I feel like you did.
But I'll have it tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds good. So I'm gonna go to discount at a friend that doesn't know how to really deal, so.
Yeah.
Have to figure that out.
So,
You wouldn't know her. She's, you know, I'm not somebody you really want to be friends with.
It's not letting you shut down.
No, I know.
I had to do, it's not an hour, right?